some of the side stuff. I wanted to watch that Dark Pictures game. I didn't finish watching it, but got some of it watched while I was doing side shit in this. I ran out of side shit, so you guys didn't miss anything. I beat that boss in one try that we were trying for hours. Now that I have stats and crazy abilities, I just shat on him. And I bought a revive thing. And then I did all the Muspelheim trials that I could, I guess, until post game, which is the Crucible stuff. I don't like them in this because not you. So like in the other one, you just did the trials and you do them again and try to do them better. This one, you do all the trials, and then you have to redo them in certain orders to unlock new ones. So you have to do like the A and B, then you get the AB trial, and then you have to do AC to get the AC trial. So you end up just redoing the same trials over and over for like an hour or two. And they just don't respect your time at all. It feels like padding. It's really stupid. It's not like you have to do them in a row. You just do them whenever. So that was a huge waste of time. Other than that, I ran around. I found a few chests, stuff like that. Went back to the elf place and got the shit up top. Is it still bad? Yeah, it's bad so far. It's not been like funny bad yet. I mean, I haven't been watching it with like a fucking super keen eye or nothing. And I'm not getting to watch the person I'd like to watch. I don't know if they're playing it. It's just the real bad animations, desync clips, you know, just cheesy jump scares. It's just the same old shit. It's just getting into the action, if you will. The setup for it's, I guess, interesting. But I'm waiting for the goofy twist. But yeah, the dialogue's bad. Just a lot of forced drama like all the other ones. It's all just drama, and characters all kind of assholes. Who knows? It got really bad reviews. And it doesn't seem that much worse than a lot of the other ones. I mean, House of Ashes was bad, but I guess it was the best one. They're all pretty bad. The Quarry was horrible. We'll find out. I don't know. I'll wait to see the end of it. I'll pay more attention then, too. But anyways, try to finish this today. We'll see. I'd like to, anyways. I'm about tap on the go odd here. We'll do Tembo next. And if this is over really quickly, we'll do Tembo tonight, but it's doubtful.
I have retrieved your children.
And finally, my little family is complete. Well then, what else, Fred?
There is one thing I'd like to know.
Obviously, the time has come to talk about me.
It most certainly has not.
What? Why not? How dare you belittle my accomplishments?
I apologize for arrogance. His volume has only increased over the years.
And why shouldn't it? I single-handedly take care of the ding-dang world tree. Without your boy here, the realms would rot off the branches before you can say ingratitude.
He does have a point. Tending to the world tree all on your own, it's no small task.
Of course, he's got a point, Peter Lemire. But singing your own praises, it's awfully gauche, isn't it?
Who the hell else is gonna sing them?
And your question was?
Oh, I've utterly forgotten.
Splendid. Until next time, then.
Well, what do you mean,
stay
Goda?
safe, everyone.
You're not extremely fucking engaged in this conversation. Comedy. I don't know why I got in my way to listen to some of these, man. You just move on, nobody know that it even existed.
Back, everybody.
Hey, you made it.
I'll get to here. Join us at the table if you're ready to stay.
See? I told you the key would get him home.
Because you tapped it with a hammer. Dwarven magic makes no sense.
Right? Lunda one time?
made me a breastplate out of dog barks.
You're
I
back.
still can't figure that one out.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I just hope unlocking this thing was worth the cost.
You have it. What did it show you?
I didn't get to use it. They found out about Heimdall. I had to run. But at least Odin can't use it either.
But if you didn't get any answers from the mask, all you've done is steal Odin's greatest treasure. Just after your father's killed his most loyal ally. None of us are safe. Even here.
So we have no choice. We find Surtur, sound Gjallarhorn, and bring Odin to justice. Now.
You'd incinerate every soul in Asgard and call it self-defense?
Does he ever suggest plans or just crap on everyone else's?
The obvious plan is staring you in the face. We don't need Odin to use this. We can slip into Asgard and do it ourselves, right under his nose. We gain the knowledge we need to shatter this prophecy of war once and for all.
Except begging your pardon, you don't have a way into Asgard.
They got the big horn, don't they?
Oh, so you expect them to sneak into Asgard blowing a horn that sounds across all the realms?
I expect you to bite my blue butt cheek.
Please, just...
Why don't they just use Fenrir? Literally, he cuts holes in... Also, why do we care so much about the mask thing? It's barely been set up as, like, an answer. We're just hoping this MacGuffin mask gives us magic answers to stop Ragnarok. That's where we're at. In between all of these, like, intervention, alcoholic, Thor family drama episodes. There's too many, like, filler arcs in this one. The first game, you could say, had that same problem. Not a whole lot really happens. It's just a lot of, like, you know, MacGuffin for hunting on the way to the end. But it does a lot better job at nuanced, like, character development and building a world and a sense of mystery. But this doesn't have that. Not a lot happens, I feel like. But it also has way too many characters that all need to have their big, like, HBO drama session. Doesn't being goofy. It just makes stuff like this not very convincing. I don't, like, agree or understand really what the fuck, like why would Kratos even let him go to Asgard there? It's like, it's just a reason to essentially let us go watch to, like, Thor's family drama and shit.
What do you think?
It just feels really contrived. I don't feel just, I don't know, immersed or jacked into what's going on. But now we're gonna start having events, but
This mask. The easy answers that it promises. I know this. Shortcuts always have a price. Atreus, you have carried it. What do you think?
I think it's a chance. At worst, we'll have something Odin wants as leverage. At best, if it really gives us all the answers, then we can make our own path. Nobody has to die.
Grand. Now all we need's a way to Asgard.
I know I've been a burden to you all. I know you've questioned why you even pulled me out of that hole. I have too. But it's clear now. This is what I'm needed for. This is my purpose. One last time, I will pick up my spear and I will lead us to Asgard.
Excuse me, but if you got a way to Asgard...
for this game, the only thing I've heard about the ending in this game is it's disappointing. Considering how the story's been up to now, it's good we have that to look forward to. Hopefully that is not the case. We'll find out.
Where's that idea been this
Lightly.
fucking while?
Lads!
How the fucking worst can I get?
You withheld Asgard.
You would have gotten us all killed. And we needed to give Loki time to find his destiny. Here it is. It's all led to this.
If we can get inside, I'm going after Odin.
I will not stop you. We can do both.
Spot on, brother. If the mask doesn't give us an out, we'll still have that drop on him.
Works for me.
Let's do it then. And quickly, before he sees us coming.
He does hate surprises.
All of a sudden now we're raiding Asgard.
Slow down, you damn spruce. I still want to hear the details on this, new way to Asgard you got. Spill it!
It's an ancient path. We can't reach it from here.
Where then?
Let me collect my things and I'll show you.
You ain't got no things. And where you going with that mask, Rock? That belongs to the kid. He earned it. All you done was make passable dirt soup.
Brock, it's okay.
No, it ain't. This ain't right. All the pieces ain't welding together true. Like, what's with him calling you Loki anyway? You know that ain't his name. Hey! I'm talking to you! You never shut up! Rock!
All the things.
Odin.
Let go of the boy and face me!
Tell your brother to throw me the mask and you've got a deal.
Stop moving.
Freya?
If he dies,
Now. Wasn't part of the plan, but if he dies, we are square for Heimdall. And honestly, you got a bargain.
I will kill you. Plan on that.
So nice spending time with you again.
Freya, please.
Can't be in two places at once, Frigg. Hey! I don't move, you don't move. Don't do anything you'll regret.
I regret many things. Killing you will not be one of them. Son!
I am in control here! Throw me the mask! Now!
Of course the bad guy's gonna get the mask.
Too bad, son. Looks like war after all.
Nice. At some point he's gonna get the mask, man. Unless this is like super goofy. It took just long enough. Yeah, that'll be funny. At some point he's gonna look in and something's gonna happen, and then we gotta fight or something, surely.
You have to. You can't. You can't.
So was Tyr always him? Or is he just recently him? We'll find out.
Maybe if I go back to the lake.
Stop it. I know what you've done. And I forgive you. But you gotta stop. You gotta let go.
Bro.
See ya. I mean, I don't hate the Odin thing there. I wish they would do more like that, but also make him feel more imposing and like ultra clever. At the end of the day, all he's really done is act kind of nice. They'll teleport near Kratos, get under his skin a bit, and then pretend to be Tyr. And it's like, well, I mean, that's no different than fucking like Mao or some shit, dude, from fucking Jesus Joe, right? Like he doesn't feel like super smart or like super like a god level, you know, like mastermind, right? Like he knows a lot of things and doesn't tell people he knows, which is cool. I just really wish you felt the tricky, smart, clever part of him more, and it felt imposing and like and more like a god, less like some dude who made a couple smart plays here and there. I just feel like there's no gravity to the enemies, man. And it's like, you could, I mean, if the character writing was good enough, I could get past it, but a big appeal of these games is that stuff. That, you get it with the visuals, the environments, but you want to see it with the gods and shit too. And I think you could get that and still get the enjoyable character shit, but instead I feel like we're getting young adult novel, character dialogue, and then no real crazy interesting like events or big mythological god shit going on. It's just kind of lukewarm. Isn't written like a villain. I mean, they gas him up to be a villain really hard, and all the lore, every little conversation about Odin, he's like super evil. And so the idea is that when you see him for real, the stories don't match up because he's tricky. He's trying to be like that, but it just doesn't. They don't sell you on it enough, and he just doesn't feel like this part, and like the part before. Like, it's good in the sense that at least they have him being tricky, and nobody knew. But like, it's not enough, especially like 50, 60 hours in, right? And you're right near the end of the game. It just doesn't feel. Even if you just look back to the old games, I mean, even just pick one random boss or something, right? One random god, like they just feel like there's more to them. And I know the Greek gods are more grand, and that's the whole idea, right? And over the top, but I feel like they could have done a little bit more for sure. It doesn't help the way they talk is like ultra casual. That guy's not really a villain. I don't know. Like I said, I mean, they do write him as a villain, but when you actually talk to him, it's you don't get the interesting antagonist feel. I mean, now I guess he's tipped his hand. When the actor's good, it's just like the material, man. I don't really. It's just not as interesting. Like it's okay for some like basic like HBO shit or something, but like. When you have this kind of scale and like the epicness of like an entire mythology and all that, and all like a game before this that was like 50 hours long, that was all build up for this game. Like the game was just a whole setup thing, and it's good in its own right, but like, I'm like 90 hours in, dude, between the two games. Like, I mean, when's it happening, right? Like what's going on, dude? Like, I still like this game. It's still fun, but a lot of it's the gameplay and the side content being pretty clean, and just the level of budget keeps you engaged just in the raw presentation. But I don't know, underwhelming. The writing.
Whole time.
So. What do we do now?
Now we kill Odin. And anyone who gets in our way.
Atreus. Come.
What? Where?
It does not matter.
Where are you going?
We are done.
Here, you can have the mask.
You can't run away from this, Kratos. Odin won't stop until we stop him! We need you here!
Father, where are we going?
Oh.
Father, can we? I want to go hunting.
I will follow.
We are with you, Atreus.
What do we hunt?
Deer.
Which way we headed, lad?
In the direction of deer.
I clapped because I remembered that line from the first one. Okay. Like, I like the idea of him being Odin the entire time. I think that's real neat. I just wish the game was as clever as it should be with Odin. It's like, the idea is cool, but just... this is not enough, man.
Do you wish to speak of what happened?
I think I heard something. This way.
He just needs space.
He does not, yeah, we have to go for him.
They're leading that way.
Atreus, violence changes us. You are not weak to feel its effects.
We're all feeling its effects.
It's just if he's Odin the entire time, but he clearly wasn't. Else why would he have fucked up at the end there? Oh, because they just needed him to reveal his hand in the story. I mean, the game's been super contrived already. Why not here? Why not see the author's hand clear as day? He's desperate to get the mask, so he flubs up, or he's figuring it out or something, I don't know. I mean, it's clear it wasn't the smart play. That's another reason it's like, you know, he wasn't as cool as it could have been. It was kind of dumb on his part. Probably could have played it off. Just grabbed the mask and then went.
We're heading the right way. There's broken branches over there. Come on.
Your suspicion? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was him the whole time. It was just really contrived. Didn't need to flub names. Yeah, well. You gotta... Yeah, maybe he did kill him or put him somewhere. Because why would he flub the names all of a sudden, right? That'd be super contrived. Yeah, you gotta hope that Tyr's alive somewhere. Because if he's not... then he just started flubbing the names, just, whoops, all of a sudden, even though he's been faking it perfectly the whole time.
Sindri's face.
Son.
There it is.
That'd be really goofy. Would make him even less impressive.
Elbow up. Accuracy over speed. Why? That was running.
And so are we.
I don't understand.
When an animal is wounded, it must stop the bleeding, or it will die. We have been wounded. And this is a distraction.
It's my fault.
No.
We should find Sindri. I have a pretty good idea where he might be.
Lead.
Is it okay if we take the sleds? I need to think about what I'm gonna say to him.
Of course.
Everywhere I look, I'm reminded of my mistakes.
Our actions have consequences. To who we might
Everywhere I
have them
look,
is not
all I
punishment.
see is my mistake.
Feels like it.
Who talked?
If I had just...
Seen through a deception that fooled us all. Stopped an attack you could not predict. There is no if, Atreus.
Your father's right. There are things even gods cannot control.
Anna, it's Becky.
Come.
Big dogs. Where's Super Dog at?
We can take the sled when you're ready.
I'm ready. Open the gates. Yeah. That'd be funny. Because either way, if he's Tyr the entire time, then he's incompetent at the end. If he's Tyr only at the end, then he's just incompetent for a little bit. Either way, it doesn't make for very... as impressive as you'd probably like from Odin. I still like the idea. I like it overall, I suppose, but I just wish there was more of that and more just presence to all the other gods in the mythologies.
Mimir, is there a chance that we could bring Brock back? Hendry did it once. Maybe we could figure out a way to do it again.
I'm afraid not, little brother. When a soul missing its full gear, its direction, like Brock's, leaves its corporeal form, well, it can't reach the Lake of Souls. He's not only dead, he's been denied an afterlife. There's nothing to bring back.
It's really gone.
Atreus, if there was anything we could do, I promise you, we'd be doing it.
No. It was stupid of me to help in the first place. I miss when the lake was still water. I feel like I want to get on a boat and just sail away from here. From everything.
You cannot sail away from your mistakes. It is impossible to forget them. I have tried.
Aye. They'll follow you no matter where you go, little brother.
If you are to sail, do it toward somewhere.
The lift at the end of the bridge should still work. We can get up to the temple that way.
Brother, we really should stay on course.
Yeah. That's what I'm fucking doing. Jesus. A fucking, like, glitchy off dialogue, man. This shit is still going. Yeah, it's really long. I did like 4 or 5 hours off stream today, too, side shit. I think we'll finish today. Unless... Oh, I'm on fire. Don't, but I bet you already knew that, right? We might finish today. There's going to be a little bit of post-game. I know there's stuff I can only do in post-game. Piccolo. At least it's long. I mean, I would say it's... I mean, yeah, you could say there's a lot of content for sure, but I would say the base is probably too glacial. There's a lot, too many little filler things, but... Then again, I mean, you could say that, but... But really, if you got rid of all the filler, there's really not like there's a whole lot of crazy, exciting shit that happens, so... I still like it, but man, the story... Big step down. I'm shocked that people... are giving this such praise on the story. I mean, as a game, yeah, it's a good time, but like, Jesus, dude. Like, the writing is just so much worse than 2018, man. I mean, maybe if you just see, like, melodrama and, like, big emotional moments happen, and, like, that's it for you, that's all you need, but, like, just the quality of it, man. Characters are just so much weaker, there's way too many of them. I just don't like the characterization, the scale, the gravity of everything going on, the pace, like, it's just... I mean, last night during the fucking, like, Thor's an alcoholic bad daddy intervention scene, I mean, I was getting, like, annoyed, man. I was like, this is, like, a pain. Like, who the fuck was playing God of War and was like, yeah, this is what we want to see? Like, it'd be one thing if it was, like, really good, but, like, I don't know. The first game had so many less characters that they did so much more with and built up so much, like, immersion and world building. And in this, it's like, all that setup, man. For what?
What makes you so sure Sindri will be here?
It's a game called Ragnarok, dude, and we're having a fucking alcohol intervention arc, dude.
He'll be here.
Having like a fucking 5-hour ride on top of a yak in the 09, dude. Like, goddamn, man.
Sindri? Sindri, I'm so sorry.
No. No, I don't want to hear it. You don't know what sorry means.
We're not letting Odin get away with this.
Would that be the Odin you invited into my home?
We were all fooled.
But some of us were bigger fools than others. Aren't we? I gave you everything. My skills. My friendship. My home. My secrets. My treasures. And you just kept taking. And now what have I got? Not even my family. You want sorry? This is what sorry looks like.
What can we do?
We. There is no we. There's only you. No matter what the cost. So what you can do is get the fuck out of my sight.
Come, Atreus. Leave it be. More than how you wish.
Most upset you've ever seen me? Oh, man. I was probably bitching more during the triple goon fight in this game.
I thought we were his family too.
It's so cheesy.
We were.
But yeah, I was just like tired of the writing last night. I was like, dude, I need a break. I was tired too.
There's no making this right, is there?
No. But I know I'll feel better when we brought Odin to justice.
Justice is not what we seek. It is vengeance. Every path I walk leads back to vengeance.
Maybe that's all we have left.
We must return to Freya.
God, all these deep lines, man. Maybe that's all we have. This is what sorry looks like. As the music swells.
We really are going to war.
It has come to that.
Doesn't help this kid's VA is fucking not doing
We
it.
were
Right?
back in Svartalfheim, looking for Tyr.
Well, see, that's my thing. It's like that's why it feels almost contrived. It's like, I mean, like, yeah, the kid was the one who wanted to find Tyr and shit, but like, I mean, it's not really his fault. Like, technically, he's the one who started the journey of it all, but it's like it's not really. So it's like it's hard to really feel like this whole arc here, where everybody feels bad for themselves, is really earned, because it's like it's just not really even his fault. Like, it'd be one thing if he really made a fuck up and they were like, "Hey, don't do this," and then he does it, and then it gets somebody killed, even though he had good intentions. That'd be one thing, but it's just like, he just tricked everybody. I mean, Jesus, dude. It's like, yeah, I get somebody lashing out at the nearest person to them, right? I get the Sindri part of it. What I don't get is like the everybody, like, we're all supposed to feel bad for Atreus, or like maybe he fucked up. It's like he didn't really do a whole lot that was bad here. I mean, he's been fucking up the entire game, but in terms of the Tyr thing, like, not really.
This wasn't what I meant. Not if it meant losing Brock.
We know, Atreus. We know.
We really took everything from Sindri.
Don't take to heart words said in grief, Atreus. No matter how spot on they feel.
I know. We should go see Freya. But I wouldn't mind staying here in Midgard. For a little while.
Aye. A few last adventures to take our minds off the state of, well, everything.
That's my thing, is like, I mean, Kratos is like, it's not your fault, but then they turn around and they're like, you're gonna feel the pain of your mistakes forever. It's okay, you know. I was like, does he really make like a big mistake? I mean, it's just, I'm doing, like, that's what the writing wants you to think, like he made like an honest mistake or something. But even then, it's like, I don't even, he didn't make a mistake, man. Like, he's been making mistakes this entire game, but that was not one of them. But this is his big emotional arc here. It's like, just make me believe it, man, right? Like, it's just so unconvincing. It's like when they told him to go back to Asgard. I'm like, but Kratos, really? We barely know anything about the mask. We barely, like, the mask is gonna reveal all the truth. Like, what? Like, like, we have no other ideas. Kratos and them are just cool with sending him back to go see Odin, the guy that they're literally at war with. That's like a genocidal trickster freak, and they're just okay with that. I'm like, really? Like, you want me to buy that? It's so uncharacteristic, man. It'd be one thing if they were doing like a sneaking mission to steal shit, right? But like the whole gravity of it, how much people care, it just feels so much more focused on like forcing out melodrama and shit. And it does feel like I'd buy any of it, man. Yeah, freeing the dog was more of a mistake, because he should have asked what the fuck it was. It's like I could buy that a bit more for sure, but like the tier thing, it's like, yeah, it's like it's not like he like yeah was like everybody's like I don't know about this guy, but then Atreus like no it's good, it's him. There's like okay, like maybe then, but like that's not what happened, right? There's just so much drama in this, man, and it's I mean I like good drama. It's not that I dislike the idea of drama. It's just it needs more big events and stuff. I mean, it's just kind of the series, right? And like the drama's just not very good, and it eats up like so much of the game, even in most of the side quests, right? Like all the Freya shit with her wedding and stuff. You're like, is this really the kind of shit we care about right now? And I get in a slower game, you need to fill the time with that kind of stuff, and it works great in 2018 because there's no stakes. It's just they're on a journey. They're learning about the world. They're getting past character arc and stuff. It's good for that. But now we're in like stuff's happening time, right? like the stakes are big. It's the apocalypse, but we're still doing that kind of like bullshit then, even in the main story. It's just goofy. Yeah, this is the real game right here. It's like, man, dude. I mean, if you think it's a good game, absolutely. I think it's still solid. It's fun, but
Are we even sure Freya was...
And it's not like the story's like completely just unsalvageable shit or something, but it is a huge step down. Very underwhelming for what it could have been. Anybody tells you this is like some god story, man, I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I trust you, man. God damn.
Don't see why not.
I mean, I hope I got people have fun with it. I mean, whatever at the end of the day, but
Jesus. In was also his way out. Without the blasted raven apparently hiding in the broom closet, the house should be secure.
And she will not turn away allies in her vengeance.
Aye, it's all our vengeance now. And no more fake Tyr to twist our minds around. Oh, what a mockery he made of Tyr's desire for peace. And mine.
I trust recommendations. It just depends on who and what. And why. I mean, everybody's got different tastes, so... Somebody recommends me something, I gotta understand where they're coming from, what I might like in it, but... We're just talking, yeah, I mean, general critics or... whatever. I mean, this game's ultra marketed to the, you know, the mass, as many people as possible. You're gonna... You know, as people are gonna play just one game a year and this is gonna be it, and it's like, obviously, that's gonna be a very different view on quality than somebody's, like, you know, maybe plays a bazillion games a year or something. There's gonna be a lot more wackiness, you know, stuff like Pokemon and all that. Critics being too bloated with their reviews. Obviously stuff like visuals and graphics and the amount of story tends to, I feel like, lend itself to bigger review scores and shit. So it's like, it's hard to, in terms of recommendations, trust that kind of stuff, because I feel like there's too many, like, weird reasons they can be misleading. But like I said, I mean, it's still good. I'd say it's still a solid game. I like it, but yeah. Like I said, it's definitely not what people are hyping up. It's not what it should be. From famous gaming journalists. Yeah. Same. If you can't trust the journalist, who can you trust, right? Oh, there's the stag. Can you see the little dudes around?
What now?
I guess that's them.
You're back. Are you with us? Good. It's time.
Time for what, dare I ask?
Time to unite the realms against Odin once and for all.
Tyr tried to unite the realms. The real Tyr. Everyone loved him. And even he failed.
Then we better not fail, or there will be no one left to try. This is Ragnarok.
And Odin's already heard every blasted plan we have.
Yes, we've lost the element of surprise. More than that, we have only one way to Asgard, and it's not subtle.
Yellow.
It means
What about
we
Fenrir?
enter from Tyr's temple, here. Asgard's wall is here.
Like, what about Fenrir? The dude, he literally rips holes in dimensions, dude. That's like his thing. He got to Midgard from hell by just walking through his own portal. Anybody remember Fenrir? You know? Is that gonna be like, oh, well, dude, remember Fenrir at the last second moment? Like, everybody fucking dumb.
Odin's host of Einherjar will hold the space in between.
Which means we need armies of our own.
As many as will answer the call. Numbers Odin won't see coming.
And that's just to reach the wall. To breach the wall, we'll need to find Surtur.
Ratatoskr was able to procure this.
The three of us will go.
I know just where to look.
Splendid. Allies, then. Who do we think we can get?
I'll venture to Helheim. Try to recruit the army of the dead.
And I'll return to Alfheim to unite the elves.
Just like that. Unite the elves after centuries of war.
Well, they really like me in Alfheim.
And you? To that end.
Yes.
I'm just gonna go recruit the armies of hell. The army of the How are you gonna... I'd love to see how he's gonna do that, man. Is he just gonna show up Avengers style with his army, dude? Or he just rolls in. Yes, I happen to recruit me, the guy who turned into a human from a pig. Recruit the armies of the dead. Wouldn't we need Fenrir for that too? Isn't that his deal? He makes the pockets from hell. I need Uchikoshi twist about the Kratos and Atreus perspectives involving Fenrir. Yeah.
Sigrun, and muster the free Valkyries.
Midgard has no army.
No Niflheim, no Jotunheim.
That leaves only Svartalfheim.
I'll go to Svartalfheim.
Sindri? Are you sure?
I said I'll go.
So be it. Good luck to us all.
It's like there's almost music sometimes, and then it just disappears. It's like it's trying to break free, and it's like, fuck it. So just
Need anything, boys?
in the
Ready your
background.
tools.
Hey, y'all. I just wanted you to know if
Yeah, Kratos is loaded, dude.
I'll be around. Either here or at Brock and Sindri's old shops. Yeah, I know we're all busted up inside today, but you know, I for one like to keep busy.
Shut up, lady. I'm looking at your dog. That nipple dog. Yeah, Mimir's knocking his head into fucking the horn now. Now we can go to this one. So Surtur's gonna be cool, right? The giant,
You said you know where to look for Surtur.
massive fire guy who's gonna break the wall. Really, they won't fuck him up. Where's my SMT Surt, man?
I unlocked the
The
secrets in the
super
shrine when I
fire
was in
sword guy.
Muspelheim with Thor.
Thor.
Don't worry, he didn't see me go in.
That was not my worry.
Now look, when we find Surtur, we'll have to convince him to combine with his wife, Sinmara.
Combine.
Yeah. when the two of them, join.
I mean, there was the lady with the
they'll create an
pot. Oh yeah, I
enormous
forgot about
Asgard.
that boss. What a fucking random filler arc that was. Angry Boda's grandma who had the fucking cauldron. She was kind of big. It wasn't that big though.
Oh my.
Yeah, maybe we'll get one thing that looks even slightly in size to like the old trilogy.
I have some doubts regarding negotiations with Rossfelger in Helheim. My thinking is that she may be more amenable to speaking with a member of the, deceased. Mimir, you're needed.
Oh, death is a skill now. I suppose these two can survive a bit without me. Brother, if you wouldn't mind.
Very well.
Many thanks.
Okay.
We'll catch up with you later.
Hey,
I'd like to see the Racefelger conversation. We're gonna talk to a giant eagle. Are we gonna get to see that, or is all the cool shit we want to see just not gonna be on screen in this game? Sorry, we get the Alcoholics Anonymous shit with fucking Thor, but we're gonna miss seeing the giant eagle conversation. That's fucking sick. We'll see. Maybe we'll get to see. Maybe we'll get to do a round trip and see everybody.
Head down towards that tower. We might be able to see the forge. Heads up!
It avoids every attack!
Damn boy missing the shots.
I wonder if they saw their prophecy and decided to isolate themselves in their home realms to fight.
Understandable.
Hopefully they'll understand why Ragnarok needs to happen now. Helka!
Lore Raven chest undiscovered. One more Raven and we can finish that quest, although that won't be all the Ravens, I don't think. Maybe it will be though, maybe that's Mac.
Look, over there.
I assume we're gonna have a boss fight with the Ravens though. They keep talking about the Raven Keeper.
It avoids every attack!
I think the forge might be past this lava fall.
You know this.
A hunch. When I was here before, I got a pretty good feel for the layout.
I don't know why I care about loot anymore. I'm like maxed out. Outside of certain key items.
We need to be ready for Surtur, in case he doesn't want to help us.
Ready.
Prophecy says he and Sinmara join. But who knows how they're gonna feel about it now?
You would try to force these primordial beings into submission.
Well, I don't know. We can't win this war without them, right? Gotta be close. I can hear the forge.
So they're just hanging out over here? feel like there'd be some big journey to find this motherfucker. Just not one.
Alka! There we go!
So many of these sigil puzzles, man. So fucking janky. I don't know what these shattered runes are for, man. Not what I need, that's for sure.
Something ahead.
Allure a Raven.
Ready.
Oh, I've missed it. I thought I heard the Raven, but... Let's keep rocking.
It's a phantom!
Another phantom, man. Yeah, it is in this too. I already spent... The off stream I did today was here. But there's a little bit of main story. Yeah, I did it off stream. Yeah. It was just combat trials. Technically, I think there's more, but they're post game.
This spring! Now's our chance!
Yeah, you get the same trials in this one. Well, they're not the same, but it's in the same place, sort of. But they're not really good in this. The idea is you do 3 separate areas that have trials, and then a main area. But to unlock the ones in the main area, you have to redo the small ones in all of the other areas in different orders to like make words to unlock the ones in the main area. So you end up doing like, it's like, well, there's A, B, and C. You need to do A, B, A, C, B, A, B, C, C, A, and C, B to unlock all the main ones. And there's 3 different trials in each A, B, and C. They end up just redoing the same trials over and over and over. And that's what I was doing off stream today. Just redoing the same shit over and over to do a few new ones. They're all really easy. Pretty big step down. It's weird. It just doesn't respect your time at all as well. I'd rather just have like different trials, right? That are like interesting, that explore some kind of fun bit of the combat or just actually hard. But instead they decided they wanted you to have it be tedious for some reason. I think it froze the timer also in the original one, but in this, when you execute people and shit, it doesn't freeze the timer, so like you can't even use that. There's a trial that's just fighting this guy with a few ads. There's like shit like that, right?
I'm really sweaty.
Pretty
Let us
bad.
find Surtur.
Yeah, I decided to do that off stream just because there was no story or anything, and I wanted to watch a bit of that new Dark Pictures game while not slowing down on this too much.
I think we're close.
Summon tornadoes. That's cool.
That's gotta be him.
We will ask.
Think I hear it? Maybe.
Hello? Surtur? Well, either it isn't him, or he's ignoring us. Come on.
I hear it. Where's the shot, man? Okay.
Hello?
We seek a fire giant.
Go away.
That's his voice.
What just happened? Hey, that wasn't...
We deal with these first.
Another one?
Focus! He is the guardian of this realm. It is his right to defend it.
You're on fire! But you probably already know that. The ancient's done! Now's your chance!
Yeah, I know.
It's down!
What's the song?
Man, that is Surtur. He's got a lot to answer for.
As you said, we need him.
Hopefully he's cool and imposing or something, right? That was a fake voice. Hey man, it's me, sir.
I won't help you.
Who are you?
Who you seek. And what's left of him.
Why won't you help us?
I don't want to.
Elaborate.
We'll die.
Right. Because you've got so much to live for.
Not me. Her.
So what's the point of all this? You keep separate from Sinmara just so you can sit here and wait to die? At least if you joined with her, you'd be together again.
We are together. Got her heart. She's got mine. It's not much, but it's enough.
But you're not even...
Have you ever been in love? It's pretty good.
And Odin will succeed.
Sick.
And all realms save Asgard will fall.
Yeah, he must die. It's true. But I won't sacrifice her any more than you would him. Sorry.
Come.
Wait. Those blades. May I see them?
Press R1. Bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, there's primordial fire in those.
They are not of these lands.
Shouldn't matter. Yeah, that could work.
What could?
Put those in here, and I'll become your monster. But I don't want her involved at all.
But the prophecy says you two have to combine. Sure this'll work?
What have I got to live for? Not here. Follow me.
He's so casual. He's like a real person. Again, like everybody else in the subversive or
where do we go?
Different or something. I'm glad everybody's the same.
Where the first realms came into existence.
He's just like me, dude. It's pretty good.
You won't be able to get through.
Surtur?
Still me. Better than walking.
What awaits us at this spark of the world?
Magic, primordial stuff. With that and your blades,
Still.
and my heart, will be good. I'll get big, smash stuff. You'll like it.
But what'll happen when you change?
Don't know.
There's more Pokemon. Is there gonna be anything left? I don't know. What the? Small indie company, please. It's the Switch's fault, man. Good God. He just lands. Just drops straight fucking down at the end. You know. What of it?
But how will you, or, future new you, know when to attack Asgard?
You got the horn, right?
Yeah.
Then we're good.
Like, how could we make sure it as lame as possible? And then they succeeded. Like, I mean, this is just supposed to be subversive, man. Like, oh, he was supposed to be this crazy, you know, fire giant thing, you know, something larger than life. But he's just like me, man. But a little different. Like, isn't that every character in this, man? Like, who even cares? It's not like this is gonna be some big developed character, man. We're gonna probably know him for like an hour.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine him having like a personality and him talking and having like a character. He doesn't have to just be some kind of like. I mean, he's like a humanoid in the first place, but like it doesn't need to be like lame, dude. Yeah, the not larger than life physical and important part mental is very important. Yeah, everybody's just like some dude, man. Like, yeah. That's it, man. Like, everything needs to be, you know. Everything's gotta be a fucking melodrama, man. Everybody's gotta have their deal, dude. The stoner at the corner, sorry.
Here it is. The spark of the world.
We just walked 2 feet.
I'll meet you.
And now we're here.
This feels too easy. Odin knows we have Yellow, and he knows you have the mask. After killing Brock, he knows we would seek Surtur to start this war.
But what other choice do we have?
None. He knows that too.
Press R1 or R2 to attack. I think we missed a bit of lore. We'll go back to get it anyway, so. And there's the flower somewhere. Well, maybe it's all coming up.
This is it.
What about Sinmara? Should we at least tell her?
No. It'd hurt her too much.
More than not knowing what happened to you?
Sometimes loving someone is about choosing the lesser pain.
That doesn't make any sense.
Promise you'll stay away from her.
You have our word.
Sorter, is stabbing you with the blade's gonna be enough to create this new you?
Sinmara's heart is cold. So beautifully cold. Your dad's now got my fire in those blades. If enough of me and the spark's fire go into enough of her, it should work.
Okay.
Come here.
How did we have the whole arc to save Freya? The dude. And then this is like some rapid arc. Like, don't get me wrong, I mean, I don't mind a quicker pace. In contrast, it's almost too quick. It seems like a big deal, and it's happened fast. Where there's stuff that feels like not a big deal, it takes like 6 hours. Weird. But it will. At least we're moving. Stuff's happening.
Blades. Move!
This'll hurt.
Now, for the really painful part. My fire, her heart. Combine them, you get Ragnarok. It's time.
How long do you think this is gonna take?
Valkyries. Alright. Valkyrie fighting simulator. Press R1 or R2 to attack. Okay, they're just homing in on us. Classic.
Switching arrows! Out of the way!
Okay, I had some arrows in her. She activated them, then GG.
Get away from here!
Usually we just hear like these same couple notes in this song and it never goes anywhere else. Doesn't even get close to the original music. Why not? Why not just fix Come on, you're gonna give me this shot, dude. Oh shit. Got a couple badasses over here, man. This is getting close to Marvel, man. Where they do the thing, and then the camera lingers on them in a photogenic way for like a really long time. Back to back here. Bear Mad versus Dad Mad. The music swells.
Sorter, are you there?
Oh, I did. I'm gonna have to reload the game. I don't think this is going anywhere.
Whoa! Will you help us attack Asgard? Great! Hear that? All we have to do is call him with Gjallarhorn when we're ready.
Yeah, they just said that.
Let's head back to Muspelheim. We can take the Mystic Gateway back from there. It worked. I can't believe it. We got Ragnarok on our side. Sorter's plan just worked. I mean, the Valkyries were a small setback, but I bet we've got Odin worried now. He knows we're coming for him. Think about it. We're gonna show up to Asgard, and Ragnarok's gonna come in and wreck everything. Odin won't stand a chance. We're gonna win. Groa was right.
Groa failed to predict what we would sacrifice in return.
Maybe she could only see the big stuff. This is gonna work, right?
It must.
We're gonna win, man.
Whoa.
Ragnarok's strength grows.
Hey, check out that cliff. The earthquake must have shook this place up enough to make a ledge.
More of Odin's forces.
Trying to finish the job as Valkyrie started. Behind you, father! You got Bifrosted! Bifrosted.
The big jokes, dude.
There will be more.
We gotta get out of here.
It's just like my Marvel movies, but it's in my game. We've reached the movie status, Hollywood status. We're there.
So, you fought in a lot of wars, right? You've never had anything like Ragnarok on your side?
I have. And the creature does not guarantee our victory.
Right. Another earthquake. This whole place is gonna fall apart if those keep happening.
Where's the piece of lore? Where's it hiding, man? Also, was back in the trials and I missed it.
backup.
Sick.
Father, the Ainher Yar aren't gonna stop attacking anytime soon. We need to get back.
Yeah, where do you think I'm going? It's a straight line, motherfucker. Jesus. Jesus.
You're quiet. I mean, you're always quiet, but this feels different.
I had hoped my days of ceaseless battles were over. I had hoped to never see my son go to war.
That is me.
Sigil arrows can break through their shield! Man, these guys just don't give up.
Ragnarok is here. They know what that means for Asgard.
Like the line. Yep, instantly 2 seconds. They can't even let the line sit because they have no sense of fucking nuance or timing or anything in this fucking shit. See, in the last game it was good about it. They did a lot with just a few grunts or silence with Kratos in 2018. It's not like God writing or anything, but like Jesus did. It's like so much better. It's crazy.
Through this crack in the rocks when you're ready.
This has so much more to say, but so much less with it. I mean, it's different writers. I mean,
Father, I know we're doing the right thing. Ragnarok has to happen.
The price we and others paid for this war is high. It will only get higher.
It'll be worth
what does this kid even know, dude? God, he's got that brat voice, too. That unconvincing acting with his fucking his voice sounds, man. That's just a personal issue, though. Not the unconvincing acting.
How did it go? And yes, my usefulness to a certain Vanny of Nupty did run out.
The rest, man. I don't know what this lore is. Doesn't really matter, I suppose. We'll get it in post-game or something.
Ragnarok awaits our call.
As do the armies of hell. Thanks mostly to me. It seems war is upon us at last.
Well, looks like we didn't get to see that conversation. That could have been cool, right? How do we persuade the armies of hell and a giant bird to join us? Who cares? But at least we got the fucking drama arcs covered.
Where to now, brother?
Another half, maybe. I don't know if there is another half. There's gonna be post-game shit to find, but it could be in the Crucible, though, if that's what you mean, yeah.
We've some time before we're expected at the temple.
This could be our last chance, Father. Is there anything you want to finish up?
I really don't like how much of this game is actually in post-game. I'd like to be able to just finish it all beforehand. I always like that. Unless you have some really cool post-game, like, secret type of thing. But, like, I can't even finish the Berserkers. I can't finish getting flowers. See, there's a flower here we haven't gotten. Midgard, Niflheim, Jotunheim. Asgard, oh, or do we? Yep, no, not Jotunheim. No, we did get it already. Yeah, just... the rest. Yeah, I would not be surprised. Whatever, we'll get the lore later. There might be new areas that open up. Yeah, I would like to just finish everything, like I said, like, now, right? I mean, let the credits be the end, man. Unless you've got a real good reason for post-game. I don't see why we couldn't finish up most of the stuff right now. But... Here's Temple and Midgard when ready. Don't know why all these are showing up late. Glitchy ass game, dude. Oh, it's because of the R1 L1 thing that was on the screen. Stopping these from showing up.
Sharpen that axe for you.
You have seen Sindri.
Yeah. He ain't in a good place right now. But who is?
I'm sorry, Lunda. I know you
Just
and Brock...
tell me you're gonna get Odin. Tell me, whatever it takes, you're not letting that bastard walk away from this.
You will not.
Damn right. And if in the process you happen to tear him a bucket load of new holes in places he don't want them, I'll be rightly obliged.
That's great, whoever you are. That's cool.
Time to cleave some heads.
Just... Mwah. You fucking love that heartfelt spiel about poking holes in people, and then you get the joke line right after. Time to cleave some heads. Maybe they could just not have her say something on upgrade during this conversation, right?
Now those are some angry knives. Ought to make Odin's
Yeah, I punched
spear
him in
look
my...
like a toothpick.
How do I get hardened remnants? What even is that? It's like the last upgrade I even have.
And a little one?
Like, you telling me I can only get it? Like, that's gonna be bizarre. Maybe we'll get it up here. I'll probably look it up and see. The Finger of Ruin. Seems pretty good. Upgrade it for fun.
Away from my children. Have you any idea how long it took to shape their spirits?
Enough!
Arrows first, remember?
It's just a reskin of a basic mob.
They just keep coming. No end to these things?
Felt that one, brother.
On your right! Break, it's good! Revenant, left flank!
Yeah.
That's a strong one!
Markins.
Are you kidding me?
The pale one. You're gonna load him in? Okay, there he is.
Attack the throat!
Yeah, they always gotta tell you everything, right?
I know we can beat this.
I know we can beat this.
Well done, brother. Clearly the ravens, the children, appreciated it as well.
Is there nothing to be done for them?
Could someone bring their...
Push enemies back with force. No, I don't care. My shit does crazy damage. Also, this is whatever, but I like the spear through, man. It's cool.
Back, maybe? There was a way to do that?
I'm afraid not. Their souls would have to be intact, in their original forms, not perverted.
Oh. But we still did something good, right?
Yes. Yes, we did.
Oh, but
Okay.
ain't handsome and handsome Junior.
Yeah, she's grieving, clearly.
Now, who are these strapping young gods approaching me?
Got a sec?
Yeah, they don't. They're the players, man. What we want. We're gonna climb our ass up there again. Crazy how much shit's post game. I looked up Hard Remnants and it keeps happening. What the fuck? That's a post game material.
This is it then. The beginning of the
The end for Odin. And after that, a new beginning for the rest of us. I know. I'm just looking forward to seeing all the realms finally standing up to him. Elves and dwarves and hell itself.
You are so certain they will unite.
They have to. After everything they've been through. They have to. Don't they?
We'll see, dude.
Anything in Midgard you want to do? You know, while we still can.
Freya and the others are still making preparations for the attack, so there's time.
They always have to contextualize you doing side quests. It always makes it goofy, man. How about, no, there's no time, we need to get rolling. How about that? And then I could just choose not to. So we know where the momentum of the story still is, but I don't know, that's too gamey, I guess. The dissonance of side quests and main story shit.
Well enough in Muspelheim.
I mean, probably.
I got moving closer?
Wants more involved.
But the indicator is moving farther away.
On the Ragnarok beast, we did a workaround that left her out of it.
Well, hopefully he still shows up at Ragnarok. Plunges sword.
The armies are probably gathered in their home realms, waiting for when we blow Gallarhorn. Guess I was kind of hoping to see some of them here.
When all the realm towers open at once, we'll see plenty, lad. Odin won't believe what's coming.
Why wasn't the whole game about us, like, getting all of these pieces together to take out, like, some super antagonists that end up tricking us a bunch along the way? Wouldn't that have been, like, better? Like, we solve the problem of the elves, we go down to the Svelgr, persuade them, we do a big old thing for Cert, there's big set pieces, and big myth things going on, the Fenrir deal. Some fights with like Boar and shit on the way, all those dudes. Like, or just like all the parts that maybe could have been stretched out and interesting, we're just like boom boom boom.
No. Odin had
The dwarves, but no, I can't have war and all that, so it's gotta be more focused on the drama.
Whatever Groa's deception, he heard the truth as Tyr. Do not underestimate him.
Rousing speech, brother. Very inspirational.
Wow, the Valkyries look different.
Welcome back. Hildisvini informed me of your success. We've been planning accordingly.
Well, what would Ragnarok be without Ragnarok?
Who else agreed to join us? I see the Valkyries.
Better than that. They are reborn. Corporeal and uncorrupted, thanks to no small amount of Vanir magic. They're shield maidens now.
Nice.
And your brother.
Nice.
He came through. The elves called a truce to unite against Asgard. That gives us an advantage by air. And with
We don't get to see that. We don't get to see his character built up and him overcome being just kind of a loser, drunk surfer guy. Which I don't care for that characterization anyways, but it could have been a cool way to see him actually do something real. We don't get to see the Svelgr persuasion thing. Have more of the Boar guy if they wanted.
army for a vanguard.
All the stuff that maybe could be cool, we don't see.
We haven't heard.
Hey, Rocky. Thank you, man. Thank you very much, buddy.
From him. But there's time yet.
How we doing?
And I think we have what we need to clear a path for the Ragnarok beast.
Well, when you say it like that, why worry at all? Secret. It's good to see you so alive.
Oh, yes. I wasn't myself when last we met. I'm glad you're safe. My queen, the Shield Maidens will be divided among the forces breaching from Alfheim, Helheim, and here in Midgard. We stand ready. Kratos, Atreus, Mimir, please excuse me.
Oh. Good night, then.
Freya, have you determined our path out of Asgard?
If the towers are the way in, We count on them being the way out.
And if they are not?
Then we all know what we signed up for. Our plan is only missing one thing. A leader.
That honor is yours. You have a righteous claim, and the respect of your troops. And you have faced this enemy before.
I held his invading army to a stalemate. This is our invasion, a siege on his terrain. I want our most experienced wartime general in the field. I don't care about the honors, I don't care about the prophecies and champions. I just need us to win.
Freya.
I know what I'm asking. Just sleep on it.
Sub whoever you are, random character. Oh, here he is, the guy that persuaded the elves to work together after eons of war. Huh, wonder how that story went. Who fucking cares, I guess. Here's the random Joe Schmo who is a fucking literal boar turned into a man that persuaded him and Amir persuaded hell to help us. Huh. Wonder how that went.
Here we are. Kratos, your tent is to the right, and Atreus, yours is to the left.
The Marvel gang.
A young warrior needs his own space.
If there's a Marvel shot of all of them up in the middle of a fight, showing up together, staggered out, like a full Marvel shot, my shit. Everyone's here moment.
Wow. Thanks.
Sleep on what we spoke of. Let me know in the morning what you decide.
Damn, this looks warm, dude. I like the snow.
Hildy, come join us. Have a seat.
I miss anything?
I was just telling him about the time I asked you to play damsel in distress. Okay, then when she had them distracted, I jumped in, heroic, and together we took them all down. There must have been 100. I don't know, maybe more.
Spare us your gloating.
What does he even do as a
Does
god?
it really bother you that some of my ideas actually work?
No, but I do envy you.
In what realm? Spare me the patronizing.
I've calculated every risk I've ever taken. Tried to mitigate all the ways it could go wrong, and still, it all falls apart. You just throw yourself into situations in harm's way, and somehow it always works out for you. You always end up all right with that stupid granny.
I'd argue my trip to Asgard didn't go quite so well.
Yes, there are some lessons to be learned by planning, and others by learning to adapt. That's why you choose such a great team.
I'd argue it's because we had such a lousy old man.
Son, it's true Njord was not much of a father, but he's the reason we were able to be a family.
Yeah, funny you should be so hard on him, Freyr, since you inherited his wanderlust. Especially in times of importance.
That's not true. I had good reason for leaving those times. Tell her.
I have missed this.
Glad I stayed behind for that.
Are you nervous, love? I'm nervous.
I like how the traveler guy, the burger guy that we saved isn't here, because they probably didn't want to write dialogue for him or something. Like, he decided he was going to just take a break. After saving everybody's lives, he was going to go somewhere quiet and disappear. I don't see a guy who's going to sacrifice himself to save his friends, skipping out on the war for reality. But I guess they had to write him out because he was a side quest character.
What if they don't accept us? What if they don't follow us into battle?
How did we get these people?
I mean, in their eyes, we're an abomination.
And how is that our problem and not theirs? The Uniter has spoken. That should be enough. They will follow.
And if it's not enough?
Then I will make them.
That sounds like the elf I fell in love with.
You're shivering.
I'm cold.
We can leave for Alfheim now if you want.
No. No, I'd like to stay here for as long as we can.
I'm going to bed. I've had enough.
Excuse me. May I have a moment with Mimir?
Yeah, here he is.
I don't know what tomorrow brings, but if tonight is our last night, I'd like to spend it feeling something besides hate. Will you tell me one last silly story?
There's nothing I'd like more. Except perhaps a dance. Though I may have lost a step. Due respect, love, I don't tell silly stories.
You only tell silly stories, Mimir.
I could never argue with you.
Make out with that. I mean, at least he's got that, right?
Can I sleep here tonight?
Did you close the door, man?
You must quiet your mind.
I can't.
I love the tent still up.
Then I will tell you a story.
If I fall asleep, promise you'll finish it tomorrow?
Of course. Now, close your eyes. There was an old man who chopped wood for his village. Every evening he bore the logs on his back and delivered them to his people. But the logs were heavy, and he grew weaker as time went. And one day, he threw down the logs as he could no longer bear their weight. And he called for death to come to him. And when death arrived,
He's the only one who ever got my highbrow sense of humor. Damn fine woman she was. Apart from her taste in men, of course.
Has Kratos slept a wink this entire game?
Special woman. She wanted to protect people.
She was here. She saw every step we took before we took it. Like she was always with us. Watching over us.
Doesn't need sleep.
Leading us home.
I mean, it looks pretty tired.
Does my request upset you? Death is a natural part of life, my love. I wish only to be prepared for when my time comes. We mortals must do such things.
There you go, Rocky.
I'm glad to have you prepare with me.
Does my request upset you? You gotta say it real smug, too. Wearing glasses, you gotta push them up. Well,
You are quiet.
I have nothing to say.
Well, say something. I enjoy hearing your voice.
The funeral pyre. I would have chosen different.
Oh?
touchpad swipe. Out of nowhere, dude. First one of those we've seen.
In my land, we entomb our loved ones.
You would have me trapped in the ground for eternity.
I would have you close to me.
How touching. My rotting corpse would bring you such comfort. You once tried to take charge of your ending, did you know?
That was different.
Circumstance, yes. But not on purpose.
You prepare for a distant future. There is much time ahead of us.
I wish to better a future that will exist without me, whenever that day comes. For you and for our son. We will always walk together, Kratos. You will always be a part of me.
The AI graphics stuff. Yeah, I have. I've seen plenty of pictures made with it, and it's interesting, as it brings some big questions about what is art and or the death of art or whatever the hell you want to say, right? It's in some ways getting pretty close to human-made stuff, and I mean, you'd assume AI could make comparable pictures of stills. At some point, they'll do animation, and who knows what else. If we're talking about AI upscaling, I mean, that's just a cheap way to port a lot of these games. It's interesting. I see the appeal. I don't think it's wrong to make it, but yeah, it's good enough. It could have some interesting effects on art. I mean, the humans making something and what kind of emotion or whatever feelings you would instill in it is kind of, I guess, important, and that'll always have some kind of interest regardless, right? That somebody made it, somebody who thinks and has some purpose with it. But at the end of the day, if you're just, it's art for, you know, it's just like porn or it's an emote or something, that's more for like a purpose than really a message. I think that kind of art could easily be replaced. But yeah, I don't think it would like get rid of human art, but I mean, to say it wouldn't have any effect on that, especially if you do art for a living, is crazy. It just depends on what level it could get to, right? I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure there's companies waiting to use it to mass scale can their art departments and video games to make AI stuff. And I get that as a tool to a certain extent, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I think that art for a job, it's definitely can only really do harm, but in terms of just it as its own thing, I mean, it's fine, it's interesting. And as a tool, it could be super useful, right? I mean, if you're just like a solo dev and you could just take your ideas and then something else can get and execute it a little bit, you know, like if you want to solo make a game, you gotta get good at art, you gotta be good at music, you gotta get the game design, you gotta understand story, and there's a lot of things that maybe this kind of thing can help you realize a full project on your own. There's only so many skills some people can hone, right? And especially to the quality they want. But I don't think AI is there yet. But I mean, give it 10 years, I'm sure it's going to be way different than it is now. So I mean, it might be to the point where it's comparable. Who knows? I was watching a video where they're talking about how it can do animations too, and they had to create an animation of Grand Theft Auto game, which would take inputs from the keyboard and instantly cause the vehicle to move just like you're driving it. Really? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. That's only going to get crazier and crazier. I don't know. When it's the point where it can, because it's not like humans are that special, right? At the end of the day, maybe at some point it can like figure out exactly what makes us tick, what feels emotional, what feels like it's got soul. And when it can recreate that level of art, and it can just create any kind of story you want somehow, and I mean that was probably insanely far off because humans can't even master that, right? There's all different kinds of qualities of story, and nobody's just like mastered it, right? I mean, yeah, sure, you could say quality of some stuff has gotten better, but then I mean, I guess an AI, if anything was gonna do it, it'd be that. But yeah, when I could just type in stuff and make a lifetime of content for myself, then that'd be some real trouble. I think if you don't care about big things like human expression and what art's really supposed to mean and all that, and you're just more in it for the hedonistic, I'm just want to be entertained kind of shit, and it'll be good for you. But, yeah. Anything deeper than that, I don't know. I mean, I think it'd be interesting to see people get like inspiration from art made by AI, or I mean, even just I mean, you could say that's happening now with the AI, right? There's some extremely creative, crazy looking shit that AI has pulled out that like pretty nuts, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of that was like gives people ideas and stuff. So who knows? Don't know, yeah. I could see the pros, and I can definitely see the cons. It'd be very interesting to see where it goes, and we'll see if in my lifetime it gets to that point. Probably, I wouldn't, unless I die in like 2 minutes, but I feel like very possible. Just how crazy it's ramping up. Groundwork for a future society. Yeah, that's the most interesting thing for me. Is I mean, yeah, I've got a stake obviously in like art and expression and all that. You know, I'm sitting here playing video games and we're talking movies and all that kind of shit all the time. But like, for me, I'm more just interested how it's going to affect things. I guess as like an observer, and I don't have like that big of a horse in the race. I'm just curious how it'll change the face of our stuff, because I mean, there's so much stuff that's been created already. It's not like I'm gonna have a lack of any kind of entertainment I want, but how that'll change, like how things are made, or I mean, it's entertainment's already getting like kind of homogenized in the big budget movies and games and stuff. So it's like, I mean, would that be even more like with AI made shit? I mean, who knows, man? I feel like art and entertainment, humans making it is like such a big part of just human everything, that to remove it from the hands of the humans would be really, how would that affect things? It'd be something, that's for sure. I feel like just the sheer amount that would come out would be interesting too. Because now there's a lot of stuff coming out, but like it's not to the extent that we all can't gather onto one thing and talk about it. But if like everybody could have some huge experience personalized for them, like would we just like share it with other people a bunch, or would there be so much content we wouldn't gather around a piece of art and talk about it anymore? Or like would it just be like completely just overblown? I mean, there'd still be discussion about stuff, of course, but like, you know, you're getting games made every like 5 years from some companies nowadays. But if you could have like, 10 of those in a week, it's like, how do you even? I mean, that would kill those industries. Maybe just integrate into what we perceive it as from a human. Yeah, that would make sense too. I mean, we made the AI, so technically it's us. But I feel like with art and stuff, there's more emotion. It's not just a tool, right? There's emotion there. There's ideas instilled into like the art and shit. You could say that AI is like a tool for sure, but you have only so much control also. AI voice acting? That'd be sick. Voice act every game. How about just really good fucking translations? What the fuck's going on there, dude? I've got AI creating art, but I can't go play a fucking VN that came out 20 years ago still. Yeah, stuff like that for sure. Overrated fucking. The thing is that that'd be really hard, but I mean, maybe you could do it. How do you like direct perfectly in AI though? There's so much like the nuance and stuff, and just how we talk. And there's not just like because you're always having thoughts about what you're trying to say, and I feel like you have to have some deep understanding of like the emotion and the context and stuff. How does like an AI just like nail that without some kind of like direction? But then that person needs to be like really good. like even just how I'm talking right now, like the amount of pauses and like the skepticism and all that stuff. It's like, how does like like how would you get an AI to like just nail that? Like, what is type in like skepticism voice acting? Like, I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends on how specific of a vision you got. I mean, you for sure if there was some kind of AI that could do all that stuff, you'd get a lot of dog shit. But I'm sure you can make some cool stuff. We got that point still. Well, yeah, I mean, what does that have to do with it, though? I'm just saying how hard it would be to get to that point where you could have AI voice acting. Not that it's impossible, but like yeah, we can't even do fucking voice acting very well. Like I guess that AI could just analyze bazillions of conversations. We've had this conversation before, haven't we? But how would you like interface with an AI to get it to do exactly what you want when it came to voice acting? It's not like you could just throw out a random prompt and then shit just like I feel like there's so many like specific very just nuanced small ways that a conversation needs to go to reach how you want it to be. I guess we just didn't care about the outcome, but then that would probably be bad in its own right. But no, I guess that's what's strong about AI. They could probably analyze enough conversations and then maybe... I just don't know how you would personally craft that, right? Like, how do I type it in and then it's just like ends up exactly how I want? You have like the right amount of, like, do you type in the pauses and then the nuance? And I mean, I guess you could. Like, this needs to be said sarcastically with this amount of pause. Like, yeah, you could type in some shit and then it'll just say it, but like, I mean, in like a scene, you know, like, this guy's he's gonna walk around and he's gonna look at this guy and he's gonna grunt a certain way to mean something. And then he's gonna pause for 3 seconds and then say something with just a slight bit of like sarcasm, like real nuanced shit. Like, how do you like tell an AI to do that? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Fast is like you'd have to have something like a voice director, but the AI would have to be so strong and give you so many variants maybe that you could like listen to them all and then like kind of pick the one that works best. I don't know if you could get to the level where you're just like fine tuning every little bit, like in like in a movie. It'd be very interesting. And I'm sure someday it could happen. It just sounds a lot harder than anime bitch with big titties and then a shitload just come out and you don't really care exactly how it's supposed to look as long as it has like the right amount of tags and shit on it. Like, even with AI art right now, you can't get it exactly how you want. And I feel like with voice acting, it's a lot harder. Especially because of the emotion involved. Not a whole lot of emotion in a big titty picture that needs to be instilled. It's more just like a set product, I feel like. It could happen, and I'd like that for sure. I agree with you. That would allow more stuff that allows people to express their ideas and not be stopped by 30 years of mastering 50 different mediums or having to hire thousands of different workers or something to make some shit. It'd be cool to like see these tools be turned into a way to like allow more expression, right? More crazy shit from people. But I wouldn't want it to be a full replacement, that's for sure. Like something would be lost there, but I don't know if it ever truly would be.
I will always be a part of you.
And when you are gone, that part of me dies as well. You feel your absence.
Culmination of love is grief. And yet we love, despite the inevitable. We open our hearts to it. When the pyre is spent, and you have gathered my ashes, spread them from the highest peak in all the realms. You will do this for me. To grieve deeply is to have loved fully. Open your heart to the world as you have opened it to me, and you will find every reason to keep living in it.
Deep, man. Somebody spent some time on that line. Live with us. They're just like me, but then they don't talk like me at all. Pick your fucking... Pick what you're gonna do.
What's going on?
this time.
I'll meet you outside, Father. Sir.
The clipping, dude. One time where they just stare at the blades for a full 2 seconds and then it's clipping. Doesn't matter in casual bits. But...
We'd hoped to fly into battle with you one more time, my queen.
Me too. But not as your queen. As sisters. Are you ready?
Yes. I will be your general.
It will be an honor to fight alongside you, General.
How did they bring the Valkyries back to life so
brother.
easily?
I'll be right by your side. So, what are your orders?
To the temple.
I should have had like Kratos shave or something, dude. Go back to his general look. No, I'll be right back. All right. Open your heart to the world, man. Should have started playing the Open Your Heart from Sonic Adventure, man. I would have nailed the scene right there, man.
Hey, General Kratos! I got something you're gonna want before you go to war.
What? What do you have?
What's the tiny feller need? make some magic.
Fate breaker gear. Okay.
What was I thinking? Of course you got your armor all set. Just go win. That's all that matters.
General.
Sir?
General?
General?
Sir.
Hey, bud. General.
So everyone on? Am I gonna get another fucking war scene in a video game where it's like 10 people? Surely there'll be some scale finally, right? Sets me on fire. And then there's like, hey, you're on fire. But I bet you already knew that while this crazy final fight's going on. This will pass. Well, we're supposed to be summoning all the armies from this place. So this is just who we got on hand. But I really hope it's just like 5 of each place. That's all there is, right? The giant epic scale of God of War. The old games had armies and like fights going on in the streets and stuff, right? And then this one's gonna be like, there's gonna be like 20. It's gonna be like the Skyrim War. The Nords versus the Imperials, where it's like 20v20 max. I get there's like limitations, tech limitations. But if I can have like 100 people in the background of a Mario Striker stadium or something, they could give me a fake 1,000 dudes on fucking modern console, just rolling around. Some semblance of a lot of people. And yet, yes.
I came to these lands to escape my past, to start a new life. I can hide no longer. I do not want this war. We have suffered enough. Prophecy did not lead us here, nor will it win this battle. Wars are won by those that are willing to sacrifice everything. If that is the cost of vengeance, so be it.
Odin has taken so much from us already. The realms have suffered enough. No matter the cost. This ends today.
The speech was like 5 people.
Going out in a blaze of glory means that Odin burns too.
We're gonna have a speech like, with all the armies?
A big fat smile on my face.
Or are we just having a speech with these goons who are already loyal?
For Brock.
I really should have had him shave. Honestly, as like a change of ideas and shit. Whatever. He's going back to vengeance and for a different reason this time. Would have been cool to see him kind of look like his old version. Jesus, it's loud. You get it.
Ready yourselves.
strategy, was there? We're just going.
Yeah! Yeah! Woo! The Muspelheim Tower has fallen.
And if Odin goes after Niflheim next,
They're trying to shut out Ragnarok.
we've gotta stop those war machines.
Alright, there's people here. An army of flying dudes.
Not an ideal start.
50 hours in, alright. Well.
Wait.
Ingrid, we don't have time.
I know. Just wait.
Ingrid!
Well, we got work to do.
Why did we wait?
You three, follow. Atreus. Freya, with me. Watch our flanks. To the war machines.
And why not? Fuck if I know. He closed them down earlier, but there's so many ways to open them. Maybe he wanted to make sure his people could still travel at some point, but now it doesn't matter.
Push forward.
Well, I mean, his people can't use the bird magic. It's not like he's the only one living here.
Keep moving.
Niflheim Tower's not looking so good.
There's still time. We have to. No!
Niflheim. Which one even was that?
Incoming!
What's our next plan,
We
brother?
have no other plan. Our focus remains on the war machines.
We should head for the flaw behind the Asgard Tower. Without Ragnarok, it's our only chance to break through the wall.
Hrimthur's flaw! You said only Surtur knew how to use it.
Let's say I was wrong. Enemies on the left!
Oh, this music, man. It's so emotional.
The war machines. We use them to breach the flaw. Strike the city with our
Oh, man, I missed the old God of War music. Even in 2018, I missed it. But at least the pace of that fit a little bit more with the like non-music.
Was that?
It was. Odin's new Valkyrie came to knock.
I would think so.
Then we must hurry.
Surely, sir, it'll break the wall. After 50 hours, we'll at least get to see that, right?
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
Enemy behind you, Kratos!
Right? We're finally in set piece land.
Right side! Left leg!
We're not going to war because it's cool. We're going to war because we're emotional. Different music.
Up here.
Jormungandr! A welcome sight. But he didn't follow us from Midgard. Curious.
The big man.
Busy at least.
Oh, Thor's out there. This is where he knocks him back in time. That's supposed to be what happens.
Right side, incoming!
Lads, join him.
On your guard, Kratos!
Niflheim got closed, which I think was the ice place. Now, what else got closed? I think it was the ice place Niflheim is. Oh, Jotunheim got closed too. Both of those have nothing in them, so that's why they got closed. Otherwise we wouldn't have people.
Keep moving.
At least that army is already dead.
We're getting nowhere! The Einherjar return from Valhalla as quickly as we kill them!
This is supposed to be us like losing right now or something.
The Alpha!
That's what the music's telling me I'm supposed to be feeling. Serpent finally joins. Is he gonna job?
We are running out of armies.
Well, that was quick. Jesus, the snake's jobbing hard, dude. At least it's cool.
Looks like the Giants made it after all.
The snake looks different.
He is different. But when I was away, never mind, later.
The Einherjar's link to Valhalla. My sisters and I must sever it.
Go.
Still no sign of the dwarves.
Oh yeah, we haven't even done Valhalla ever. I guess we're just... Valhalla's not gonna be a thing.
Rally all you can. We will make for this funnel hunt tower.
What's the plan? How are we gonna breach the wall without Ragnarok?
War machines.
Oh, so we're pretty desperate, huh?
Careful, brother.
Fucking voice acting is so bad.
Incoming.
Yeah, that was quite the war scene there. We had about 5 seconds of fucking armies, apparently. Don't need a prolonged battle at all, man. Yeah, surely Surtur will still show up. That'd be the most goofy shit if he just has nothing to do with anything. Oh dude, it's the Halo 4 ending again, listen. Swelling music.
Why isn't he here?
Just a hater, dude.
No! That Valkyrie followed them through the realm gate!
Hey look, it's
She'll be fine!
it's Fenrir who opens up portals to places. Oh yeah, forget about him. He's gone now.
Perhaps it is better this way.
Better for who?
I don't remember anything from 2018. Oh, I remember one thing from 2018. When he picks up the Blades of Chaos. It kind of has a little bit of one of the old games sound pieces of music, and then I was like, oh hey, that's a good song, and then that was it.
The dwarves are here! Way to go, Sindri! Ah, it's just Sindri!
I know, I'm late.
Where is your army?
No more dwarves are dying for this.
Sid,
Save it! Odin forced them to build those war machines. I'm here to tear them
I'm guessing
down.
they gave him knowledge.
Before you break them, we must turn them on the floor.
Fine. Leave it to the dwarves to clean up after the giants.
This fucking music, man.
About bloody time he showed up.
Maybe we should go for the war machines.
Now what?
You don't get to use us anymore.
Convenient. No, the innocent people.
More or less what you wanted.
I didn't want this. No.
Close your heart to it. Close your heart.
Who are they?
Midgardians. Odin took them in. They shouldn't be here. They're not soldiers.
Odin put them in our path to die.
It's war. Wars are won by those who are willing to sacrifice everything. What are you doing?
Son, listen closely. You feel their pain because that is who you are. And you must never sacrifice that. Never. Not for anyone. I was wrong, Atreus. I was wrong. Open your heart. Open your heart to their suffering. That is your mother's wish. And mine as well. Today, son. Today, we will be better.
But what can we do?
See the size of that thing? I think we're gonna win. I mean, if they don't kill us first.
Why have you stopped? Ragnarok is here. We finally have Odin right where we...
We will stop Odin. But we did not come to sacrifice the innocent. We will breach the wall at Hrimthor's Flaw.
With what army?
Atreus and I will be enough.
That's suicide.
It may be. But we will die seeking justice, not vengeance. Can that weapon break open the flaw?
Only one way to find out.
You three. Get those people to safety wherever you can find it.
We will see it done.
I was hoping what was going to happen is he was going to be like, you know, his son should be emotional and be the better one, but he has to take the hit and go back to being old Kratos for a bit and not care about innocent people so that they can survive. And that would have been maybe a bit more going on there to think about, right? That'd be interesting. Like, do you be the big bad man? You go back to what you're trying not to be and sacrifice people for the greater good and this and that. No, we're just gonna do the impossible, I guess. That sort of ending the perfect outcome. No, I'd rather them explore. I mean, maybe I just want them to bring back the old style. Who knows? That's probably not just it, but I guess it would be more interesting to explore that. He doesn't even need to be like full angry. He could do it for like different reasons or something. I thought they were just gonna like kind of blend it a bit. Yeah, part ways after, possibly. Like, I mean, there's stuff you could do there, but I don't know. They're trying to tell the big emotional, uplifting story about justice and all that. Don't forget, I did say 2018 is like my second favorite God of War. It's not like I don't like the new style.
Freya and I will do what we can to slow Ragnarok.
There's just so many other ways all of this could have went that I probably would have enjoyed.
Odin will not get away.
If he does, so help me.
I know.
Valky!
Let's check with the threats, man.
No! No! Protect him! I will help those that are trapped and meet you at the fall. Go! Go, Atreus!
Atreus chapter.
Sentry, be careful and stay behind me.
You be careful. I'm here to fight.
Mr. Edge.
Look, can I just
No,
say?
you can't. Shut up and fight.
God, his acting's so bad, dude. What can I just say?
Welcome.
No. On this one. Somebody bugged out? Oh, there's just a rando sitting up there.
Sentry! Can't let it control me.
Finally get bear mode. Fucking dude.
What? You want to thank you?
No, I just want...
I don't care what you want. This changes nothing.
Just such a forced beat, man. kiss and make
You
up.
really had me believing you that we didn't have to be enemies.
Dude, you're okay.
My mom was right about you all along. You're a killer just like your father, and you're here to kill us all.
No, just Odin. Sentry, go! She's a friend.
Friends don't bring the end of the world to each other's doorstep, Loki!
You're right. You're right. I made some bad decisions.
You do that a lot. I'm not sure that's a defense.
It's not a defense. I just want to make it right. Is Skilder okay? Have you seen it?
Make what right? She says, you bring the end of the world to your doorstep. He's like, you're right, I make a lot of bad decisions, implying that this is like a bad decision. And he says he wants to make it right? How do you make bringing the armies here right? That's right, it doesn't make fucking any sense.
Why wouldn't he be? What are you talking
Goofy.
about?
Odin is willing to sacrifice the Midgardians. He put them along the wall to try and deter us, knowing they can't fight. Their deaths are just meant to slow us down.
Why would he do that? And how am I supposed to believe you?
Because he's right. It's who Odin is. It's who he's always been.
Why are we having this conversation all of a sudden now?
He'll sacrifice anyone at a problem in front of him. The Midgardians, your friend, our family, any of us. I'd hoped that your father would stand up to him, but now it has to be you.
Mom, what are you saying?
I never doubted that you would make the finest Valkyrie these realms have ever seen. But not for him. Do you understand?
At least the mom came here to smooth talk her. Atreus is a total idiot.
We can be one again. A real one. What he's doing is wrong.
Are we even gonna kill Thor, do you think? I think it's gonna be just Odin. Everybody's a good guy, but Odin and Heimdall. Heimdall's like comically evil.
Held our ground, we'd be safe. He said we owed him.
You don't owe him your death.
No shit.
No shit.
Dad will never let them get your grandfather.
Then go with him. He'll listen to you. Are you ready to go find the rest of your people?
Maybe we'll beat him into submission.
Yeah.
I love you, Mom.
I love you too.
Finally.
I'm trying to make him so edgy, man.
Shoot it.
Yeah.
Mash. They could have just had a symbol that's like doing this. The word mash. There's an immersion word, right? Mash.
Well done, son. Well done.
And all I did was shoot some arrows, honestly. I mean, I guess he protected Sindri. Okay, that was the last time we used him, probably, huh?
Who is the girl?
Hi! Through Thor's daughter!
Thor's daughter?
She's my friend.
Any chests? And now that we have the zone, does it show anything? Oh, we got new skills.
You fight well.
My dad taught me.
We've only been here 2 seconds.
Well, hey, sorry, he's not.
I know.
The heroes who never talk to each other in the Marvel movies speak to each other real quickly about something. The hero from the other movies interacting with this hero. This is epic.
What's going on? I thought Ragnarok was supposed to help us.
The creature is not whole. What remains is incomplete. It cannot fulfill its purpose.
Wait! Where'd Sentry go?
He has done his part. The rest is on us.
And the swelling music's back. She's just standing there. Epic. Sorry, I'm being very nitpicky and shitty. I apologize. It's just everything built up to this point, man. Alright, really, can be fully jacked in, I feel like, with the writing up to now. Still enjoying the set pieces and all that. Whatever there is here. Maybe overly petty then. Yeah, that's my thing. It's like, I mean, we're like 90 hours into this story, right? The second half flubs it. Don't really care as much about the finale. I mean, yeah, I'm interested a bit, as much as any just like Hollywood fucking popcorn chewer though. Right? I just think of a lot more. So. I really love that spear, man. It's a good weapon. Okay. Overtime.
The Great Lodge. That's where we gotta go.
Valkyrie Queen.
Didn't want to listen. That may not be our biggest problem right now.
Jormungandr!
Get back to your sister. You must hold back Ragnarok. This fight is mine.
But if I could just...
Take Atreus and the mask and do not look back. My son trusts you, so I trust you. Get away from her! I am done with you and your son!
How does he even send Jormungandr backwards in time, dude? What power does he have? I mean, that's what happens in the myth, so it's cool, but like, they don't set him up like that in this, man.
Fucking games!
More fucking game.
And this time, I'm allowed to kill you.
We do not need to do this. We do. It's what we are.
It won't be enough. That it? I take it. Can you?
Keep switching to the wrong weapon, man.
Thor, the lad seems to think you've changed. Prove it and stop them.
Fucking go! Wait and die!
Thor, think for yourself for once. Your family's falling apart.
Enough! Don't act like you know. You attack my daughter!
No! I did not.
You bring this to my home! To my family!
Not a very smart guy, is he?
If this is the end, you'll die first. Then you're king.
Take control of it, brother.
One of us dies again! Still won't be me!
Thor, this isn't what's through.
Keep her name out of your damn mouth!
Oh man, are they? Give him the Will Smith there. Isn't that Will Smith who said that? I could have changed that line up. If you're gonna be this contemporary, people are gonna think about that the whole time.
I've been believing things could change!
Keep a name out of your damn mouth.
Listen to me! You have nothing I want to hear! Come on!
Fuck are you waiting for? Your daughter. My son calls her friend. If you try to hurt her... I would not. Don't you know what I've done? Yes! But what will you do now? No more. No more. For the sake of our children, we must be better.
Why isn't he dead? Are you talking? Who told you to do that? You don't talk. You don't think. I think, you kill. It's a simple fucking concept.
Sif was right about you. I just didn't want to see it.
What is this? Are you broken? I am your father. Take the hammer and kill who I tell you to kill.
No.
I didn't want this. I did not want this. Dude, this was all their fault. They've done this to us, to our family. Looks like I gotta do everything around here.
Oh, we're just fighting Odin now. Okay. Are we gonna go to like a phase 2 in another arena, or is it just kind of right here?
You started this fight!
No! This all started long before you showed up. You are a nobody. A plague, god, killer. This is what you wanted, right?
Sick dialogue. Guess we gotta do the air attacks here. Not many places to go there. What is he gonna do with the mask? Is he gonna have a mask thing? Surely he'll use it, right? Oh, now we lost in the cutscene.
You hoped for? Was your plan really all that much better than mine? I hope you got exactly what you want.
Not quite yet.
Think you're the only one who can craft a binding spell? I spent many long winters.
She's just gonna like brag about this.
As as I watched you take your
I'm
last.
guessing he's gonna turn the tables.
But now, I realize there's only one thing I need you to know. You have no hold on me anymore.
That's my friend.
The fucking wings.
How good you look with wings.
Oh, husband. You always sought knowledge well. Now, I'm going to teach you what it's like to lose. Everything. Bow to your queen!
I always loved you, you know.
You've never loved anyone!
Real talk!
What was that scene, man? I guess she needed to say something to him. Oh no, don't take the mask from him.
Father? Freya?
Is he just gonna do it real quick? Infinite knowledge.
You did it, Loki. No. No more fighting. No. None of that matters now. This is your moment, Loki. Groa tried to hide you from me, but this is your destiny. Champion of the Jotnar. Only he can put on the mask. Only he can gaze into the truth of creation.
Catastrophe. I don't know about that, but
of life and death. No more doubt, no more confusion.
something.
You were born for this. Put on the mask, Loki.
Put on the mask.
Ask it.
The dark side.
Question.
This is your choice, son.
What?
I trust you.
They just walk out. Kratos isn't like beating down Odin right now. He just walks up. You have to choose left or right, my son. What in the... All the yapping, dude. Just don't even have Kratos show up yet. Just have him think about what Kratos would do in his mind. It's so goofy Kratos is here, not beating on Odin.
No! Why did you do that? What was it all for? You choose to be nothing!
Oh, dude, yeah, smoking.
Attack!
You've waited a long time for this, haven't you, Chris? So have I!
Too late for that!
We're here at the same time, brother. This guy shouldn't talk, and I know where he is. She's just jogging casually over here.
Don't forget me, old fucker! What did you call me? That one's for Brock!
I'm trying to throw up there, but the auto aim is so aggressive. Yeah, phase 2 is gonna be the one, dude. What was it all for? It's gonna be larger than life, dude. We're gonna have fisticuffs scene just like with Zeus.
You've ruined everything! Everything I've worked for! Everything I've killed for! I just wanted answers!
The fire will pass. Yeah, I wonder if I stepped in the fire for long enough if that happens. I'm just spamming square.
This was our chance, Loki. I could have had my answers. I could have learned the truth. You took that away from me. I could have made things better.
Yeah, the Avengers boss beat
The
down.
9 realms better.
This was never about the realms or me. It was about you.
You destroyed everything.
Dude, he's
My
sitting
home,
inside
my
of his
family,
particle
My
effects.
kingdom.
You did those things. Your choices. You killed your own son.
It wasn't my choice. I had no choice.
There's always a choice.
What is going on? They're just having a talk down.
Stop. You can choose to be better.
What is this fucking... Oh man, this is a level of mushy that is unreal. Look, man, I love emotion and all that shit, but this is so like over the top, dude. Like, he's coming in here, dude, giving Odin the spiel while everybody's just waiting after this big battle, man. You can be better, man. I can't do it, man.
Know what happens next? I will never stop.
Why'd you have to say that? Sofna. Apfra. Desu.
Okay. I just did that real quick. I guess he was really weak.
Sofna. Sofna.
Is this effect supposed to be here?
Sofna.
Didn't even kill him, he's just in a marble. Yeah, there's no way this effect is supposed to be here.
I swore I would never rob from you the choice between life and death.
I have waited so long for this moment.
Joe Crystal.
Now that I'm here. I don't need this to make me whole.
We stopped his madness. That's all that matters.
Is that it? Okay, glad somebody did it.
That's what comes next.
The only base man in this whole scene, dude. Yeah, the real heroes. Everybody else is too much of a fucking pansy, man. Too busy being self-important.
Time to go. Go where exactly?
Need an exit?
How?
It's giant stuff. Okay, follow me, quickly.
Giant stuff. Hey, look, it's Fenrir. You guys remember the Fenrir?
What? You have to go.
Dude, he could just go.
Freya, it's time.
They're still, man. Like I said, I don't mind me some emotion. It's not that I want it just to be like just action hate shit, but like it's so sappy and over the top, and undeserved.
But your path is your own.
Yeah, he didn't do anything.
You'll
Yeah.
end up right where you're supposed to be.
Huh?
There he is. Wake up, Atreus. Wake up.
Like they really beat him down, and then fucking Atreus of all people has a fucking monologue with him.
Where's my father?
Somewhere here in the Holt. He'll be glad to see you.
How about being better? Then Odin opens up. No, I can't be better. I have to have this.
Thanks, Hare.
Okay. Ragnarok. Okay. I don't know if I want to do the 100% at this point. I hate doing 100% shit after I'm done with the game.
Mom, stop it, I'm fine.
For having the finality of it all be during the finale.
I'm so glad you're both alive. You have no idea, and
It's just giants.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thor.
I'll punctuate.
He tried, you know?
God, this kid's VA is so
I'm
fucked.
sorry I couldn't do more.
He tried,
Nothing
you know?
will fix what you're feeling. But I hope there's some comfort in knowing Odin's gone.
Knowing your grandpa's
There
gone.
absolutely is.
Loki, it was an honor to fight alongside a giant. Know that.
Will you stay here in Midgard?
For a bit. Then I've got something I need to find.
I'm working with Hildisvini to get the rest of the
Yeah,
Asgardians
cool.
to Vanaheim to help rebuild.
Then I hope it can be a
Yeah,
fresh start.
it's all just so lame.
And you.
Like, it's fun, it looks good and shit, but fuck.
I hope you find what you're looking for.
I mean, does it really look... I mean, on a technical level, it definitely looks good, but...
Take care.
There were some set pieces at the end there, but man, it's just... 100 hours, dude. Like, man, it just does not go as hard as you'd hope, man. And it doesn't make up for it with strong character shit, right? Like, 2018 didn't go that hard either. But the writing was, like, infinitely better.
Huh. Lugan made it out. Good for him.
I mean, the areas have looked nice enough. If there was bigger, like, more interesting things happening in those areas, I don't have a huge problem with them. I mean, yeah, they're not as grand or anything as, like, the Greek stuff, but...
Glad to see the head injury didn't make you forget me. Did you have a head injury?
Sorry, I'm glad you're okay. I just gotta make sure my dad is too.
Yeah. Go find him.
Oh, there he is. And one for the kid, too. Skull!
Here, here. Skull. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. And Freyr's sacrifice.
Oh, yeah, Freya died. I already forgot.
Well, we were just swapping our own Freyr fables.
Right.
Or is he gonna
So
die?
where was I? Oh. When we met, I was expecting this warrior, this master planner, a born...
Sorry. Gotta go find my father.
Inside, you.
I'm pleased to see you awake.
Freya.
It was his choice. I couldn't take that from him.
He saved us all. I'll never forget.
I'm sorry if you wanted to hear that conversation. I was seeing if I was locked in. Because they locked in the camera. So I just kept backing up and then it wasn't locked in.
Your mother was right, you know. You grew into that bow after all. You are a formidable warrior, but even more than that, you have a good heart. Nothing you've endured has changed that. I'm so proud of the man you've become, Atreus.
Thank you. For everything. I should find my father.
You should.
Atreus! Oh, you gave us quite a scare.
I was gonna
there.
walk past this, but
Glad to see
Mimir's
you
here.
too, Mimir. Listen. I want to thank you.
Oh, what else did you expect from the smartest man alive?
It's not just because you're smart. You listened to me. Mentored me. And, well...
You're not forced. You can walk past them,
You're
but...
basically another dad to me. Dad? No. I need you to hear it.
At least play it
I
out.
appreciate you so much.
Huh. I love you too, little brother.
See you, Mimir.
It's good to see you about, Atreus.
You too, Hildisvini.
Oh, I'm glad he didn't have much. Nobody cared about him.
It's nice down here, huh? No loud noises.
Here we go.
You did so good today, boy. I'm so proud of you.
The wisecracker.
We can find some treats.
Okay. My turn.
Who's that, huh? Yeah, we know him.
Maybe one of these days I'll surprise you.
Oh, you already have.
The best character. The ones that don't talk. Big Dog. Clifford. The big interdimensional dog. Big old dog dick. The ragged, yeah, he's very ragged looking.
I decided it would be better if I wrote the ending myself. You haven't told your father yet, have you?
Told him about what?
Come on. Giant visions? I already saw it. I get it.
Every part of me is telling me this is what I have to do.
What are they even talking about?
I just don't know how to say it.
Giant visions? What is he gonna like
Got something I want to show
go on a quest or something to go find the giants in other worlds? They already set that up.
I do not wish to intrude.
So how they're gonna set up another game? We're gonna go on a journey to find the giants in Egypt. I did not like this Angry Buddha character much. She also had the worst section of the game, the 7-hour like yak ride.
Atreus, I am glad you are well.
I'm glad you are too.
Okay. They walk and talk.
So, what was the end of the story?
What?
Before Ragnarok, you promised to finish it if I fell asleep.
When death arrived, he asked why the old man had called for him. Seeing death before him caused the old man to reconsider his request. After a moment, He asks that death help him lift the logs onto his back, so that he may continue on his journey.
He wasn't ready to die.
He wished to keep living.
There's a lot of smoke out there.
It seems when Asgard fell, pieces of it landed all over the realms. There might still be some Einherjar near them, but that's not what I brought you here to see.
I don't even know if I care to do that post-game bit. If they give me like a we're going to Egypt thing, man, maybe I'd care, but for doing them all.
Mother? My shrine in Jotunheim. She destroyed it. She didn't want us to know our fate.
We forged our own path because of her.
She went against her own people. Our people. To protect you. It don't all open. I'm sorry.
Father, I need to talk to you about something. There are other giants out there, and I've got to find them. I think I know where to look, but they're my responsibility.
It's gonna be like a super shoehorned in next game tie-in.
I need to do this alone.
After everything that happened. Ooh,
I don't want to do it alone.
there's other giants.
I need to. It's hard to explain.
Does it frighten you?
Yeah.
That is why you must do it.
Like you taught me. Yeah.
We survived today because of your choices. Who to trust, who to call friend.
Why does he have to do it alone?
Son, you are ready.
I mean, I guess this is supposed to be some like coming of age thing, but why does he actually have to do it alone? It's like Kratos can go off and do his own game, or
I promise.
are they trying to have like an Atreus game?
Loki will go. Atreus. Atreus remains.
Be glad.
Take care of everyone.
He's just leaving real quick, I guess. Not even 5 minutes later, dude. He's fucking like, I'm out. Is he gonna go alone, or is he gonna go alone with his girlfriend? I was thinking this one. Well, I mean, that's the happiest thing that's happened all day. He's gone. The double prophecy. I hope it's just some cheesy. Okay, I'm just hoping it's some really cheesy. He opens it up. Ooh, I could go for a vacation in a warmer place, and it's just like Anubis's face or something, walking into the sunset. I'm just waiting for the really fucking bonkers tie-in. Oh, there's the Greeks. The Norse. Oh, wait, what's on the right side, man? Oh, Kratos becomes God. I guess he becomes a god they actually pray to. What is the writing's so cheesy? I'm just waiting for the fucking goofy tie-in, man.
What did you see in there, brother?
Well, one I had never imagined.
And what now?
There is much to do.
We have to go clean up
Much to rebuild.
random quests.
Would you join me?
Aye.
We'll see to it. Together.
Yeah, fuck 100%. Oh, I'm supposed to be moving. Any loot? Okay. We can go into the sunset. We're gonna have the credits. Yeah, I was gonna say as we're walking down, Cora. It's one cut. It's one take. They don't cut. Kino. He walks to become the god of war. My fucking ears. The music's like been non-existent this whole game, and then they choose that time to fucking absolutely defile your ears. Holy Kino. Get that punchline bass boost, dude.
We should probably talk about Gná.
We don't need to talk about her. We just need to find her.
But Odin chose her as his new Valkyrie queen. A Vanir goddess. Your friend.
Gná pledged loyalty to Asgard long ago, and our friendship ended soon after.
Oh my god. That was hilarious. That was the best moment of the game.
Kratos. She hates me. She will be a problem for us. Better we find her than she finds us.
Another one for the big boy himself. Skull!
Skull.
Why are we setting up all this post-game quest? Why not just end it? Why do you need a post-game? Why not just have it all before and then lead into the climax and finish it? You can wrap up with the post-game if you missed anything, of course, but like, why do we need like exclusive post-game, like context stuff? It's bizarre. The game just keeps going. I just wait. Does the credits not go? No, the music's still there. You can just barely hear. If I go backwards, does the credits disappear? Oh yeah. You guys want to see the other part of the credits? We can go back and see it. Production. Come back and we see sound. In case you missed something.
We can hold a few dozen per cap. Families will stay together, obviously.
Take care, Kratos.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And we'll bring all the supplies we can, although it won't be much.
Don't worry about it. Anyone who's able can head out for extra supplies. Aesir and Vanir.
Together. Yes. We're all very emotional. We get it. Oh, that's what the word I was looking for. Not just emotional. It's not that I hate emotion or something. Because somebody's gonna watch this, but oh, you just watch action and kill death, blood and death. It's the cheese, man. It's the over sugared, like super cheese, like emotion, right? This is extremely unconvincing. Give people shit always going on. I'll explore the remains from the remnants of Asgard, test your metal crucible of Muspelheim, seek out the fearsome berserker souls, complete favors for your friends, adventures Ragnarok awaits with new Yggdrasil seeds to help travel the realms. Okay, but the big question is there a secret ending like in the last one?
Where to first?
We could take
For when you get
care of any
100%.
lingering business in the realms.
Or investigate those pieces of Asgard?
Either way, we're with you, brother.
Because if there is like a secret ending like in the last one, then I'm down to get it. And we can talk about the game as we go. There it is. You have to 100% it.
Get together to honor Brock's memory at Rab's Tavern in Svartalfheim. I'd like to go.
Oh, we gotta go to Svartalfheim too. Oh, there's a realm tear. I don't know how we get there. Oh, we probably have to go talk to Ratatask.
Mimir, there's something I wanted to ask you about. Hildisvini told me about your visit to secure Hell's army, but was reluctant to elaborate when it came to negotiating with Hrasvang.
Yeah, that would have been cool to see.
Ah, yes. Well, I can see why he'd hold off on such a subject.
A quest line?
We survived the battle.
Which one?
Mira, what exactly did you promise the large bird?
Oh, nothing too horrifying. It's just that she'd like to retire.
Retire? Hell's Eagle wants to retire?
Indeed. And don't ask me what
Sindri's
you expect
house,
to do with
and
her
I'll
free
go there in a
time.
bit.
I assure you there is no reassuring answer.
Can she even do that? Not be Hell?
Apparently so. She just requires relief. Someone else to step in and become Hell, as it were.
Not exactly an office many would wish to occupy.
Aye. Terrible weather, infinite hours, and the possibility of unleashing terrible mischief on the realms if they're careless. Or worse, if they aren't completely trustworthy.
But if she were to leave without a replacement?
Complete chaos, yes.
Well, I'm sorry I asked.
Oh.
Hi, Kratos.
What is wrong?
No, nothing. It's just, don't know if you've heard, but we're gonna say goodbye to Brock in Svartalfheim.
A funeral.
Yeah. We're meeting at Rab's Tavern in Niedervalir.
We will be there.
Okay. Why has nothing ever happened with Valhalla, man? We go to like different realms of the dead, but not Valhalla. This is the quest? Okay. We'll start with this, then we'll do that quest, and then I'll see how much more we're gonna do.
Tell a story.
And we can do a big breakdown on the game if you guys want. Feel free to chit chat about what your thoughts are now. I mean, we can by all means, you can talk about it, of course.
If you wish.
Am I preferable to silence at last? A rare day. I'm touched. But since you mention it, there has been one on my mind of late. It goes back to my earliest days, when I had little more to do than observe the mortals who passed through our forest. One summer, a local laird of renowned eccentricity chose to sequester himself with a small coterie of kinsmen and followers. The aim of their woodland retreat was to achieve enlightenment through study and discipline. They took oaths to brook no distractions until they became wise men.
Distractions.
Aye, women, drink, mostly women. As you can imagine, things deteriorated quickly. By autumn, tempers were frayed and wisdom remained in short supply. One day, I watched as the laird and his brother took their hunt. There they found, at the banks of a river, a lady as fair as any they'd left behind. She pleads for their assistance for fear the currents would carry her off if she tried to cross. The laird doesn't miss a beat. He hoists her onto his shoulders, carries her across, sets her down, doffs his cap, and fords back across to his brother, who is dumbfounded, can't even bring himself to speak. The day stretches on, the laird carries on hunting, and his brother quietly gnashes his teeth down to powder. Finally, the dam breaks. Brother, he cries,
Sorry.
how could you do it after everything we've sacrificed? How could you break your vow like it was nothing, carrying that lass on your shoulders like you were a Shetland pony? The laird just smiles. Brother, I sent that lass down across the river. 'Tis you that carries her still. Oh, I got a chuckle. A rare day indeed.
Thanks. At least it wasn't a bunch of quips and shit.
Your master is no more.
Have it your way.
Fight your butchers!
The miner healed his mouth.
Well, if there's more of these Asgard fragments out there, the Einherjar will continue to be a nuisance for the realms.
Only if we do nothing. The realms will never heal if they remain.
How many more?
Only one way to find out.
That was it. We just go to every zone and kill a couple dudes. Which, I mean, wouldn't be horrible if it didn't take 10 hours to get anywhere in this game.
It's strange. There are still signs of the world serpent all over the lake. But we saw him disappear at Ragnarok.
That could only mean the legend was true all along. That blow from Thor sent Jormungandr straight back in time. A younger Jormi, fresh from Jotunheim, would grow into the serpent we know.
When we first met the snake, you said that he found Atreus familiar. Perhaps they met in Jotunheim.
Perhaps so, brother. We'll have to ask the lad for that story when we next see him.
Oh, fucking Atreus just walks off. It did. Like, maybe they had to, like, write him out because they have plans. So they want to open it up for something else in the future. I hope so. I hope they go in a completely different direction for the next set of God of War games. I doubt they're gonna let this pony walk off into the sunset. I wrote a bunch of notes, but they're on my phone. They're not like super comprehensive, but we should have enough to talk about.
But there's no way they could have met before that, is there?
I've been pondering that, and I have a theory. We know the lad spent his time in Jotunheim learning soul magic. Perhaps the serpent figured in.
You mean Atreus placed some other giant soul into him? Someone who already hated Thor to begin with?
Exactly! Though that doesn't narrow it down much, I grant you. I wonder if Yorm even remembers after all this time who he once was.
And there wasn't even that many like big boss fights. For a fucking like 60-hour game, man. Jesus.
You rang?
Hello, Ratatoskr.
Hello, Master Kratos. What you've accomplished for these realms is truly something I never thought possible. Rest assured, good Master Brock would be proud beyond measure, even if only to express it in his love language of profane non-sequiturs. But he is terribly missed.
Yes, he is.
Now, there is one rather interesting development to apprise you of. The detonation of Asgard shook the world tree to its very roots, dislodging a great number of realm seeds. I thought you might wish to have them. My little way of saying, thank you for preventing my death by immolation.
You are welcome.
Well then, what else, friends?
Something I've been meaning to ask. Once you projected an emotional trait into spectral form, is it just gone from you? Suppose a friend wished to cast off his melancholy, or a predilection towards pining.
I see. But I'm afraid it's not so simple. My spectral projections give me a measure of emotional breathing room, but it is only temporary. If I fail to reassimilate them, they start to fester.
Fester?
They are concentrated beings of emotion, and if left alone for too long, that emotion feeds on itself and becomes more and more, pronounced. Which is why I must periodically reabsorb them, deal with their emotional baggage internally, and then eject them fully recharged.
Huh. Absorbing all that emotion at once must be pretty bitter medicine to swallow.
Oh yes, it's quite unpleasant. Terrible, in fact. Do not recommend. Well, best of luck.
Do not recommend.
Well, good luck out there.
Thank you, Prezi. Thank you. Very modern joke. Good. Grand. Very modern phrase. If we go back to Kratos' house. Like how Atreus and Sindri didn't even kiss and make up. They just, it was as soon as they could get the motherfucker out of there, they were gone. I was like, we have to get... Okay, we can go over here. Like, we have to just peace, dude. Like, he has to go on his journey immediately.
Back to Midgard, I see.
They still hold secrets.
Oh, fuck you.
I'll have her
Piss
back.
poor ending, man. Yeah, we'll check this little area out. Then I'm gonna go back and we're gonna do that last quest. And then, yeah, we'll see, man. I don't know. I mean, I set up the 100% already, but That's the problem. That's the thing, man. Like once you're done with the story, kind of tapped out a little bit. Especially if it was just like a, Jesus, how far away does it need to be? Especially if it was kind of as iffy a story as this game, man. I would want to like do more, especially when I've already put like 100, like 50 hours in it.
We're heading back to Charlie?
Yes.
He's not gonna be very happy with me.
No.
Charlie. I'm sorry, I have no excuse for neglecting you. I will do my best to earn it.
Oh, yeah.
Is someone inside?
Yes.
Warming up already, isn't it?
Birger.
Hello.
That's
What are
right.
you doing here?
Keeping warm.
Trace
Both of us.
told him to fucking come here.
It is your home if you wish me to leave.
No. It's good that he has someone.
Will you stay?
There is still much to be done.
Then we will wait. And when it is time to rest, I will keep the hearth warm.
Thank you, Birger.
Where's the flower from her home? Guess it's not in here. Must be around the bend or something. The bend.
Freya, look.
Merkweed.
Maybe they made some of this post-game end only because they wanted to have all of the dialogue and stuff. Be with her because Atreus was gonna leave. I didn't want to have to like have like extra berserker dialogue. I mean that'd be such a small thing to like get cheap about. I mean, that's real. If I wanted 100%, it would only take like probably an hour or two, probably 2 hours. What's the new area? The Apple Cord Descent. Huh? Haven't we already been there? What is this? Oh, I gotta see. They're just adding random waypoints in between areas that I've already been. What's the point? I mean, it's fine. More warps is good, but I mean, I already had to come down here like 2, 3, 4 times, man, to get all the shit. And I've got a warp in the fucking place now. So what does it matter? It is. Oh, I just shot us out right here, dude. Viking funerals right there, apparently. I guess we're gonna start there, then come this way. Yeah, now they throw one out here. What, do they just want you to ignore everything? I mean, I'm glad they added some for sure, but... Goofy. Alright, let's see what this is about. There's just bodies laying here still. Fuck it.
Profane alternate lyrics to my ballads. Absolutely disgusting. But now I wish I could remember some of them.
The paperwork that man created for me. I had to build a chest just for his violations. A big one.
I taught him
His
20
body's
different
just
ways to
here.
cold forge a bolster. Once, he
Fucking
taught me
laying
a slightly
at the
easier
couch
method of
table.
wire pulling, and from that day on,
Casually.
called me his apprentice.
A true asshole he was.
I guess they just don't.
God, I'm gonna miss him.
There's casual about it, dude.
Y'all made it. Just about to send him off.
Just fucking laying here.
I have met many on my travels. You are one of the few I would call friend.
I always thought you were one of the dumbest creatures I'd ever met. Didn't expect you to be the bravest, too.
This world is a darker place for your leaving it.
Did we figure out his riddle
Taking him
ever?
to the Sphaired Sands. It's, in the wetlands near the ferry. We'll wait for you there.
Is his brother gonna be there? Really, we'll see him unless he just went off with Atreus or something. I love he's just casually there, man. It's fucking like, what's up? I don't know if it's supposed to be funny. And they all just have to say like a quick word about him. He's just laying on a bar table. Like, surely they had to have thought it was almost on purpose. Surely they'd have known it was like funny. It'll be 100% Asgard, or is this place gonna like open up again? Okay, it's not even on the list. Which, of course, makes that. They just give me a warp to this place that I can't actually use to go do the quest. What's the point, man? Oh yeah, Thor died too. And I guess Freya, she didn't even mention him. Your brother's dead. Remember that?
I should have changed. Sewn some mourning garb. We're not dressed properly.
We're fine. The dwarves don't typically require formal wear at funerals.
Brock certainly would not.
Perhaps.
Still, now you've got me thinking of what I might look like with some jewellery around my neck stump. Maybe some gold woven into my beard. That'd be quite fetching, eh?
He already does,
There
doesn't
they
he?
are, brother.
Oh, come on, surely he'll be along. It's his brother.
Let's hope so. Loss can do things to a man. You made it. We can begin.
The dude just walks in from off screen.
I love you.
I just wonder how this, like, man, you gotta be really. Imagine fucking this shot up, right?
Sindri. Brock was...
Gets bigger the more you take away.
Okay. What do they just have him? They try to have one part that wasn't lovey-dovey. We did it. Sindri being an asshole. What am I listening to? So yeah. Well, if there's nothing else, I don't give a fuck, man. Depends on what other endgame stuff. Is there any other interesting, like, endgame, like, lead-ins to other games, or interesting lore? Do we know of anything else? Or is this, like, the big thing? I don't know if I'll go for the 100%. We got other shit to play, man. I put in, like, 50 hours. It's more than most people. I don't know. I mean, I could probably clean it up in, like, 2 hours. I don't know if I care. What the fuck am I listening to, dude? The thing that worries me about the Sindri being an asshole is they're not going to leave that unresolved if they make more. And who would really be the one to resolve it? It would be fucking Atreus, man. I don't know if they're wanting Atreus to be like the pass the torch thing. Or maybe like he finds out something's happened to Atreus, so he has to go to like a different land or something, and then Sindri's gonna be there. Like, look, I'm just saying, if they're gonna do another one, keep it Kratos, man, or make some new guy that's cool. I don't want to see Atreus be a big part of anything. His character sucked. What he did for Kratos was good in the first one, and this is acting, his whole story, like everything. It's just he was dumb, he was annoying, it was cheesy and sappy, and it wasn't earned, and he was a good tool for the story. I get the point, the prophecy, the chosen one, all of his little shapeshifts, and the people he met, his lineage, but he's so tied to this. On his own, he's not a very interesting character. Unless they made it some super time skip. Nothing else, maybe a boss or two. Yeah, I imagine there's another. I bet you fight the Valkyrie lady in the Muspelheim. I think there's an extra trial there in post game. I imagine, oh yeah, we could fight the Berserker King. Christopher Lloyd. I don't know if I care. I mean, it's just gonna be rehash. If it's not gonna have a whole lot of like story shit, and the story shit already is like, if it's not gonna lead into something else, I don't know if I care, man. The game's fun enough, and the exploration's fun enough, but this one's a step down from the last one. And while you could make the argument that the gameplay is better, I don't think it's so insane that I need to put in an extra few hours, man. I'm close to the 100%, so I could just do it, but... Yeah, see, that's kind of the issue, is like the strongest thing to do is just, yeah, spam your cooldown attacks. And now you have 3 weapons to do it on. I didn't even use my my rage on the boss. I mean, you can make the argument you should probably turn up the difficulty. Problem is you stat through most of the fights. Like a lot of the hard stuff I just came back and then just destroyed with like better gear, so. The Muspelheim Crucible isn't even like that tough. Like, it had a good a bit of like challenge, I feel like, for most of the game, but once you hit that like the apex there, the whatever the fuck you want to call it, the break point, man. There's a break point in the game where you just destroy everything. I mean, maybe it's just getting good, but a lot of it's being able to like put spam all your cooldowns together really well. When you don't have that ability, yeah, it's a little better on that front, but I don't know. I mean, we could do the full breakdown. I haven't decided if we're doing more. Obviously, we've talked a bit about it already. Okay, I'm backing out. I don't need to watch the credits multiple times.
I don't know if there's anything beyond the light, afterlives after afterlives or whatever you. But if there is, well, I imagine he's causing one crazy ruckus there.
Forgive Sindri. He's just, I mean, you know.
I wrote that dirge for him.
What's it called?
Something profane.
He wouldn't have it any other way.
Okay. Yeah. We're leaving. Did they say anything when we got back? Let me check the trophies. Yeah, I just don't know, man. Thing is, in the last game, you could do almost everything before you beat the game. And in a game like this, I just don't see why not. Like, it's not like there's some kind of crazy post-game story. Like, you got one quest, which is fine, like the last one. King Rolf, let me guess. Nah, Dragon's Guild armor. All relic and sword. You'll get this doing the king. I probably can do this right now. Yeah, for me, when a story is done, like I'm pretty done usually. Like, I mean, that's a big part of the, all of the emotion, all of what you're building up towards, all of your gear, the ultimate final challenge thing, technically, right? And at least in the narrative, and once you're done, it's like it kind of just, it deflates there. I mean, if you're playing a game that's like just, super gameplay, like it's fun to come back and replay shit. But if in my opinion, like if you can put most of your shit before the game's over, I mean, why not? Like, I mean, I get there's times where you'd rather have a post game for sure, but in this one, it's like, why couldn't I finish the Berserkers? Why not let me fight like a super boss in the Crucible before the end, like the Valkyrie Queen? I don't think she was post game only. I could be wrong. Like the Asgard things floating around. Okay, that's a fine little post game thing. I don't know if that needs to exist, but I mean that's a fine thing, right? It has something to do with it. This quest is fine, but there's a lot of stuff. I'm just like, why? Just why? Like, I'm just good. I'm just kind of done. I mean, we got so many other games to play.
Yeah. Something is on your mind. What is it?
Freyr's sword. I'm glad he got it back.
Odin stole it?
Not quite. It couldn't be stolen. It had to be given freely. Freyr had it forged in his young days, imbued with its own motives.
I mean, there's games with good post-game stuff. I don't think it's like an inherently bad idea, but it has to be really strong, because I'm usually tapped out, yeah.
Both he and the sword were romantic.
It's the end of like this. I mean, it's the end of the story. Right? I mean, it's like that. There's a lot of like engagement there because you're building towards something, and then it ends, and you have a little less of a tie after that. It's supposed to be the strongest part, and then it ends, and it's like, well, I don't really need it to linger. Yeah, anywho, I guess we'll go back to Sindri's place. I'll make that dragon set for shits. Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, it would take me like a couple hours. hours probably, if that, but I think we'll just do the spiel and then that'll be that. Dropping frames, weird. Good start, Tembo. I might take a little break, read through some thoughts on this game, and finish watching that Dark Pictures playthrough. I don't know, I could do more, but I don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of done with it. And if the story and everything wasn't so kind of whatever.
Hell of a job you did at Ragnarok, General. Wish I could have been there to see you and Sindri take down Thor and Odin.
That is not what happened.
Yeah, maybe not, but it's the story I like best. Important thing is, Odin's paid in full for what he did to Brock. I know it doesn't fix what's broke, but it ain't nothing.
That's great, whoever you are. Oh, is that some dragon scale thing I'm supposed to make?
Woohoo! Looking good!
Or why?
Now go show it off. Better get that armor nice and bloody.
I mean, if I was still in my achievement grinding days, this would be a nice, entertaining way to finish it off. I mean, 2 of these are for the same thing, and then the other one's just a super boss, and then this is just for running through the other areas real quick. If you wanted the platinum, you don't even have to do the Asgard shit, I don't think, but which is weird. Remember discovering a Bifrost plus against nearby enemies upgrades. Yeah, interesting. Could use him as like a weapon, I guess, as a little joke. I'm gonna try it real quick for fun. And then I guess we'll do the breakdown, I suppose. So if you guys got some takes, some thoughts on the game, by all means. I don't have like a real comprehensive list of notes here. Screwball it. I've got some. Probably take a piss before we do it.
Still unpleasant.
Here's a take. Hit me, dude. Glad I didn't play. Yeah, Odin is ultra lame. And if they wanted just to make him like some kind of like empathetic, he's just like me kind of person, to end it with it just being like I can't change, I need to know the truth, just like this really lame generic villain, like mushy, like cheesy bit, like God, dude, they didn't even make it like interesting on that like empathetic kind of like level, right? Like the relatable level, I mean, like he did, like you might as well have just made him cool, man, and more devious, and he was way more, you know, he had way more trickery going on, right? Like he does a couple tricks through the whole thing. Other than that, he's kind of just like a mob boss. He's like a sort of an asshole. They do more with him in the lore than anything. And yeah, having a pretty weak antagonist did not help the game for sure. I mean, you know, it's very easy to be like, well, go look at the Greek ones. Everybody from beginning to end is cool as fuck, while still having varying personalities. Granted, you're not supposed to like empathize or relate with them as much. I mean, they don't speak like they're fucking, you know, totally from the olden days, but they have a certain gravity to them, like grandiose, whatever you want to call it, right? You know, they feel like gods or something, right? But these guys, like, they try to go for the let's keep them more casual and like light, so we could tell like an HBO drama story about them. And I think it just hurts the set pieces. It hurts the momentum of everything because the villains just aren't as interesting. Like what all you're fighting for and stuff isn't as good. There's not even a whole lot of like interesting fights or like a face other than Odin for like the fight of the whole thing, man. I think that's another problem with the story. is it almost just, I mean, it feels like aimless. Like 2018 was kind of like that. It's just a lot of like MacGuffins, a lot of bullshit. Like, oh, well, this door is here, so I guess we have to go to this realm and do something. But it was okay in 2018 because there was an end goal you're always working towards. The stakes were low. The character focus was high. That was like the whole idea. It was all about, you know, the father-son thing. Kratos isn't what he used to be, and them kind of dealing with that, his little inner turmoils and stuff. This doesn't have that luxury, but it's still just as slow. It has way more on the line. The stakes are way higher, but it's still like paced poorly with very little like actual events happening. And then on top of that, there's 50,000 new characters, and they all have to have their little emotional, everybody's here type of bullshit. And like, I mean, it just doesn't work. On top of that, not even having like really that great of like villains or anything. It's like you can't even just enjoy it as like a popcorn thing. It's just goofy, man. I don't know. And then and the writing itself is like, I mean, it's extremely cheesy. It feels like it's trying to be so self-important. When people said it's like a young adult novel, absolutely, man. It tries to be so much more mature and deep than it really earns, man. The subtlety, the nuance of like the 2018 writing, which isn't even like godly writing, but this makes it look godly. They do so much with Kratos, like every one of Kratos' grunts and one-word replies to like they even say it in the documentary in the 2018 one. Like, you know, if we can make Kratos get meaning through like a grunt, that's more like what he would do than like all this other shit. So it's like they're willing to have you like read into like a lot of what's going on, and like every little piece of the lore is building into this world because it's more immersive. I mean, the pace makes more sense because of the low stakes and stuff. And then like in this one, like it doesn't have that nuance or anything. It's just like super over the top, beat you with the stick. It's super ham-fisted, you know. Atreus is fucking walking up to Odin on his knees, giving him a fucking spiel about being better, and then Odin's having a fucking heart-to-heart back, and then he takes his soul, dude. And you're just like god damn. And the thing is, like, that'd be maybe okay in a vacuum, but it's like the 50th platitude heavy speech, right, in a row, and it's all during the final like thing. Odin just flies up like out of nowhere and kills Thor, and it's just like everything's just goofy. There's so much contrivances in the story too, that Kratos would ever send him back, like that they're always just willing to like send people back to go hang out with Odin, to like think they have like that he doesn't know everything they're doing. I mean, the way they gas Odin up through all the lore, there's no way you'd ever think you've got the upper hand on him in like in a subterfuge situation, like especially sending in your like 15-year-old kid. And it's like, so they're just doing these things that just don't even make sense just to get somebody there in our little one-take story, to see, like, you know, Thor having like an alcoholic intervention family scene. It's like, did we, like, it just feels like it's a contrivance to be able to see certain scenes relate to the bad guys or something, and it never feels like it makes sense, man. You just don't buy it. There's just a lot of scenes like that just feels like they just kind of force-fed some shit just to get it to an end that they wanted. I mean, I guess that's what contrivance means, right? Something not very believable, something not very immersive to get to an end point, and some kind of writing to some kind of goal.
How did Odin acquire it?
I'll answer this one. Odin disguised himself as the most beautiful person Freyr had ever seen.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of problems with the writing. I mean, I guess if we're getting into it, man. I mean, do I turn on some music? I'll turn on some music. I don't know. I mean, if you guys got other thoughts on the story, by all means. The game is predominantly story, right? I mean, so it's pretty important. I think what makes the game good still is everything that isn't the story. Yeah, even on a popcorn level, I feel like the story kind of fails. But it's not like absolutely atrocious. We'll just do some chill music, cause I mean I could play the God of War music, but it's gonna be way too fucking. I mean, all the God of War music goes in. This game, there's another complaint. 2018 had the same problem. The music does not stand out. Anything that stood out in that one was because it was from the old games, like when he picks up the Blades of Chaos. Man, this game is so glitchy too, man. I don't think I've ever seen my axe when I paused. It's always just fucking him fucking sitting there, dude. Is it because I don't have? No, I have it. I just don't see it. But yeah, the music just, it's so, they want it to be, it's all about scoring a scene, you know, they swell with the emotion, and it's like really sappy, and you know, and then the action, and it's really loud, and there's a part where I was laughing out fucking loud. It was the funniest moment ever during the first credits bit, where it's so loud, my ears are like exploding, because they're the fucking, the giga swell, man. But other than that, the music is just barely there, man. Like, and for how slow paced and how much exploration there is, just a little atmosphere from the music would be something. I get that you can't have music that just goes hard all the time, but it's just barely there, man. And that was a part that I feel like has always been lacking since the originals, man. Like, it was good in the originals, but 2018 and this just, they didn't fix that. Disappointing for sure. If anything, it was cheesy. It was generic. It just got old a lot of the time. I'm sure a lot of work went into it. I'm sure a lot of thought on the instrumentation because of the Norse stuff. I mean, I'm not shitting on that, but I don't think it works. I think it could be way better. It could just be something. I'm always annoyed when it's just like everything tries to be like a super background music. It's just trying to like ape Hollywood. Like, I mean, don't be afraid to, I feel like, use let the music, boom, like draw your attention, be a big part of a scene, right? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Does anybody remember a song from this? Like, no. You remember like hardly any, other than the laugh scene we had? Is there any music part that really stood out to you? Nothing. No, and I think that's just shit, man. I mean, maybe, I'm sure somebody would say yes, but compare that to like the old ones where like every fucking time you did something, it was fucking going in, right? Yeah, where's my phone? I had notes. I was say 2018 dialogue, the lore was interesting, meaningful. Oh, the comedy. That's another thing. The jokes in that were in 2018 were they're used sparingly. From certain sources, like Brock would be funny, Sindri might be funny, Mimir would be funny sometimes, and they would rarely use Kratos funny through contrast. Good timing, contrast. And this, a lot of people everybody's a joker, and a lot of people have the same kind of joke. They still try to use the like, you know, Kratos' gruff contrast with somebody for comedy, but it doesn't hit as well because he's much more emotional now. Or outwardly emotional. In a way that isn't just anger, right? He was super emotional in the old ones. But yeah, I think it worked in the last one because one, the tone was more casual. They were just adventuring. We just got to get to the top of the mountain. There's stakes, but they just kind of come as they come. It's more about the mystery and building lore and discovering the world and stuff. So it made sense to be a bit more comedy and all that, right? And it was only from certain sources. Like, you didn't see Brock that often. So when you did see him, he was kind of like this fun little comedy thing. Like, oh yeah, you know, get a little, you might not laugh out loud, but you get a little smile. And this, it's like every character has to have a joke. They have to have a quip. They have to have some kind of comedy. And when everybody's doing it, then nobody's really doing it. It's not that special anymore. It's the shotgun approach to comedy. They just throw as much as they can at you and see what sticks. And most of it does not. It also, if you got a chip on your shoulder about Marvel shit, the Buffy style, whatever you want to call it, the Joss Whedon wheelhouse of comedy, it's that shit, dude. And I'm fucking not into that shit. I've heard enough of it. It's overused. It's the, well, that just happened kind of comedy, right? Like, it's Atreus is horrible about it. It undercuts any moment that isn't the main story, and even then, Godo was shitting on it. In the very last cutscene, as the chick comes in, she's like, "Oh, the giant stuff," you know. Like, we just fucking, like, the whole world's about to explode, and we just killed Odin, and you hit me with the, it's just giant stuff. Right? That's probably not supposed to be funny. I guess that leads into a different problem of too much modern lingo. But yeah, the comedy is a lot more subjective. But timing, quality over quantity, I mean, that's a real thing for sure. So I think they go way over the top of that. And you'll see some people say, well, they don't undercut the main story areas that much. Sure, but 90% of the time you're not in the main story, you're doing side shit and stuff. Well, not 90%, but a lot of the time. So anytime you're not in a literal fucking cutscene, they're undercutting the atmosphere and the lore with like jokes and shit. I mean, it adds up. That snowballs into a pretty fucking not great feeling there. So yeah, comedy's worse. Air mystery. Yeah, the thing is, in 2018 too, they gas up Odin, Thor, as these like clever genocidal maniacs, and you know, all this rich crazy world, and then you get to this one and it's like, you know, Odin lives in a little fucking shack. Okay, that's subversive. He's just some New York mobster dude. You know, he doesn't feel like he's that smart. He doesn't feel like he's making that many crazy plays. He definitely doesn't strike an imposing figure mentally or physically. I think Thor was probably fine. He was tall. He had his like little turmoils as a character and stuff, but he was still just kind of this battle psycho guy. I think they kind of flub him later, especially with the Alcoholics Anonymous thing. But for the most part, I think his characterization was okay, especially at the beginning. He was kind of just like a drunk, battle, fucking crazy guy, man. And it fit enough. You can add some character to that. It's like you don't have to just have no characterization, no emotion, or, you know, like all the gods have to have no, you know, arcs or anything. But like, I feel like in this series, having them feel like gods, feel like something bigger, crazier in some capacity is like, I mean, I feel like that's important to it. If I just wanted to watch some HBO drama, I'd go watch one, man. Like there's something that people I feel like get into this for. And if it's just to see the same old fucking TV show or movie you've seen 1,000 motherfucking times with Kratos in it, like damn, man. Fucking dream a little bigger, dude. Like Jesus. They set it up to be really cool, man. And they sure as hell got the budget. There were some cool set pieces here. I liked the boss. I liked the Nidhogg boss. I thought that was really creative. It was neat. Obviously, the Fenrir boss was cool. Some of the army stuff in the back, where like Thor fighting the snake and all that kind of shit. Some of that was neat, man. But it's a fucking 50-hour plus game. I mean, you see that much neat shit in about 30 minutes of the old fucking God of War games. God of War 2 starts off with the fucking Colossus of Rhodes getting fucking like turned into a fucking living, breathing thing, and Zeus is fucking flying around, and Kratos is the size of a fucking mountain, and he's like small, and then you're inside of it, and you're fucking like, you're flying off, you go to hell, and then he fucking is like, fuck it, I'm not going to hell, and he gets out of fucking hell, and it's like in 30 minutes, man. In like God of War 2, right? Like, there's already more shit, interesting shit going on in like 30 minutes of God of War 2 than like most of this fucking game, man. And you could just say it's like, oh, you just like set pieces, you just like angry Kratos. I think 2018 is the second best one. It's just the execution and flubbing that build up, man. I just feel like they just fucked it, but anyways, whatever. So yeah, then the idea of the notes here was that they had a lot of lore build up, a lot of mystery. They gas up these characters and prop them up to be just, oh, they're so horrible, so awful, so crazy, and then it's just so underwhelming. And we were talking about that earlier too. The characterization I feel like the contemporary dialogue, the modern dialogue, is such a bad fucking call, man. I mean, to a certain extent, it's okay. I mean, it can't just be like some old English, right? It's got to be somewhat modern, right? But like when fucking Odin sounds like he's like a New York, like small time New York mob boss. Baldur's his closer. Freya's his ex. Shit like that. You're just like, what? He's like, oh, make it quick, you know. Like it's like watching like somebody trying to pull off like a Tarantino scene in some of these things, and you're just like, it's just not as good. I feel like cutting a lot of, like, you see Atreus saying yikes, Angry Boda saying boop, you're seeing fucking the Ratatosk say do not recommend. Like, you're seeing all of this stuff that is almost like we're getting close to fucking like modern memes, man, on this shit. And it's not just like this half of the century, it's like we're talking like some of this is shit is people just say within the last couple of years, man. Like, it just does not fit, and it fucking rips you right out. On top of everything around it being kind of mediocre already, every time you hear fucking yikes, oh, you're on fire, but I bet you knew that already, didn't you? I mean, that's not modern dialogue, but it's like you're just hearing that kind of shit all the time. It's like, come on, man. So yeah, I don't think the usage of modern I was about to say fucking vernacular. I don't think that will fit. I don't want to sound as up my own ass as this game does sometimes. Can't be helped when I'm literally sitting here talking to myself for 20 plus minutes. Yeah, what else I got in here? I mean, the Ragnarok part of it, I mean, Jesus, dude. I mean, this game was fucking called Ragnarok. You figured the apocalypse was going to be something you were living and breathing for most of it. They just rushed to it in the last 30 minutes, I feel like. It's funny, because so they'll have like 5 hours to fuck with Freya or Frey or whatever his name is, and all these other characters and shit. But then when it's time to actually assemble the armies, go talk to crazy big players like Hraesvelgr, the Giant Eagle in Hell or whatever, it's off screen by some literal some guy who was the boar that they stabbed in the first game turned into a man, like some guy. He just goes and fucking, him and Mimir go persuade the eagle. Like, what? Well, could we have at least seen that? That could have been a whole fucking arc, man. So we don't get to see that. The dark and light elves getting over their war to agree to fight Odin off screen. The cert stuff is handled in like 30 minutes. But damn, I'm glad we spent like 4 hours on Freya drama multiple times, and then another 4 saving her fucking... Dude, I'm glad we sat on a fucking pack mule for like 4 hours in that fucking place with Angry Boda. Like, I get she was important to Atreus, like figuring out what he feels about Destiny and then finding out about his dad. There's important stuff there, but it's so glacially paced, and there's just so much bullshit in there. And then to just fucking just gloss over the possible interesting arcs, it's just goofy. I mean, Jesus, even in like Lord of the Rings or something, you're gonna spend time recruiting the armies, and they do a lot better job with characters than that, man. Like, it's just bizarre. Like, you could tell where their focus was, man. They didn't care about the set pieces. They didn't care about the epic, all that stuff. It was about the character, the emotional moments, and I just don't think those were good enough to completely sideline most of the other shit, man. Anyways, what else I got on here, man? We should probably start talking about the story, but that's kind of the big thing. The pacifism is overdone. That's definitely more of just like a change in feeling. The pacifism's overdone in a way that, they're getting shit at each other for like killing somebody who it's in like self-defense and horrible people, and for me it's more that they get just so preachy and cheesy and platitude heavy about not wanting more battles and war and stuff, and it's just you hear the platitudes nonstop, but I feel like either because it's a broken record or the writing's just not convincing enough, you just don't really feel it. Like I get it, yeah, he doesn't want to repeat past mistakes, he doesn't want to fight forever, but it's like you just keep saying it. I'd rather see it put to action more and something I actually feel like it's an arc, it's the end of something, not just like something he parrots the entire way through. So that got pretty annoying. I mean, it's cool seeing Kratos, I guess, get more characters are emotional, but I feel like once they saw they got it in 2018, they overdid it in this one. He's like so they dialed it up to like 20. I mean, he's talking about the greatest battle you ever win is getting over your marriage and shit, and it's like I mean, it's like, come on, man, would Kratos say that shit? He might think that, and I feel like the way he delivers it, like, for the most part, he was still good, but hearing all these fucking goofy platitudes come out of him, I feel like it just hurts the character a bit. He doesn't need to be angry, man, but like I feel like they found such a good balance in 2018, and I get softening him up a little bit, but I think they just went too fucking goddamn far with them. Repetitive circular dialogue. The whole bit with Freya and Kratos. Oh, I had the worst life. No, I had the worst life. No, I did. Oh, I did. And it's just platitudes, and they repeat each other. Like shit with Atreus, where he's like, well, is this really gonna hurt the Dark Elves? Should we be doing this? And he says it like 100 times over like a fucking 10-minute period, and it's just like a lot of that shit. 2018, I feel like would not over repeat its shit as often. It was bad about it a few times with like Atreus. I'm talking about how he's God, the whatever thing and all that, but for the most part, like, it didn't feel like it was terribly circular. Gravitas V, Atreus supposed to her. Atreus's delivery was pretty bad too. For the most part, the acting was good. There's a few weird ones, but I would say overall the acting's solid. Judge for sure was good on Kratos, but Atreus was bad. I don't know if it's the same kid from the first one, just a little older or something, but he did not. It was not convincing. And it hurt. He has so many scenes. So many times you're playing him, he's always chattering, and he has the last words against the final boss and everything. It just does not sell it, man. It is not convincing enough. I'm sure he put in the effort, but it hurt his parts for sure. Anyways, that's the story. The story I definitely think is the weakest part of this. It's to say it's underwhelming is the least underwhelming. At the end I was interested in it as like a popcorn flick, and barely even at that, right? So real shame. I don't know. They switched the writers. I definitely think they fucked it up, but it's not the worst thing ever. It's just, I mean, it's a movie game for, a very large part of it. It's not just gameplay, right? Like, you could say the old stories were good, but they knew what they were. It was just like angry guy, revenge, and it's all about set pieces and momentum and action and the music and the presentation, and they were very focused. And in 2018, I felt like had that same focus, just in a different direction. This just feels sloppy. But I don't know, people are saying it's the best game ever made. But what do I know? Gameplay wise, I would say this is an improvement. I think the spear alone, a lot of different abilities. You're getting different shields. You get different Spartan abilities. Some of these are kind of lame. Like, okay, instead of turning into a super guy that punches guys with a bunch of different moves, you can heal yourself. Like, that's fucking boring, right? There's a lot of shit like that. A lot of passes that are like, oh, you can give yourself a burst of rage or a little health. It's like, those are boring. But the idea of having relics, so now you have a new move you can throw at guys, different options within all of these is good. So I'd say that's a big improvement. It does lend itself to having more cooldowns you can spam now, which was already kind of what made the first one easy after a while. So this one is like, I mean, it's still fun. And I think a lot of where the fun comes from is the animations, the sound, the usage of slow-mo and stuff. The feedback's really nice. It feels just meaty to do stuff. There's cool gap closers, big range attacks, but the combat can kind of devolve into a little too much ability spamming. It still feels good, like I said, because of the presentation, but in terms of the actual depth of the mechanics, it kind of devolves a bit after a while, especially now that you have relics and stuff, because you're spamming those too. Overall, though, I mean, they add new abilities, the Leviathan Axe charge and stuff. I didn't really use it a whole lot. It takes too long. The stance switches are cool, but they take too long as well. You'll get stance switch abilities in character action games like Bayonetta, but the amount of time you have to wait to do the stance switch is much slower. I mean, in a game like this where I'll get to that soon, dodging a lot of shit off screen and stuff, waiting like a full second to do a stance swap is just too fucking long, man. Either make it a button change or make it like last time. Most people are just spamming, let's be real. Waiting half a second or a second, it doesn't make much of a difference. Just make it half a second or something. I feel like they try to make that. I mean, I get the idea. You don't want to have too many character action like difficulties. This is supposed to be something played by everybody, right? So making it, you know, a bunch of complicated inputs or tight timings might not be what you're after, but it's too much. I end up just not even bothering because you already have so many abilities already. Maybe I should use it more. Maybe that's just a personal thing. I don't think I used my shitload in 2018 either, but you have a lot less cooldown spam, so I do try to use a little bit of everything. I liked trying different stuff. It was for style. It's fun. It's rewarding to kill dudes in different ways. So I think the game lets you do that. So overall, I like the gameplay. I would say the boss design, the enemy design, is probably where it might feel a little shittier. A lot of guard breaks, unblockables in this one. I think the cinematic close camera behind Kratos starts to feel a little fucked in this one at times, especially if you're going up against a really hard. Some of these fights on like a harder difficulty or like under geared or something. A big standout that I think go back and watch it. It's a textbook. Every fucking thing wrong with the combat in this game can be exemplified in this one fight. There's a berserker fight in the desert. So some Berger or something, the cool, I don't remember exactly. And there's 3 bosses. And they're just, you know, a bunch of different moves from bosses you've already fought, just kind of spread out amongst these dudes, right? But they're all spread out. They're shooting you from off screen. You have very limited camera view. Projectiles are getting stuck behind bosses. Bosses are magnetized to you, so they're the ice skate effect, where they skate and they're always hitting, and you can't actually position yourself. You can't move far away. You have to iframe dodge everything. Stuff like that. So yeah, visibility, too many unblockables and stuff. They're like, I tried to parry as much as I could and stuff, but like you start to just dodge a lot more because so much stuff is just something you can't block or can't parry. Just go watch the fight. It could do. I think I talked about it for like 2 hours. We were on that fight. Today I just came back and one-shot it with gear, but it was just fucking horrible. Yeah, so people complained about the magnetized combat in the last one a little bit. I think to a certain extent it's fine, but when the game's at its worst, it feels very cheap and horrible on that front. I mean, not ultra fun. Like I said, the ability spamming is a little heavy. And there's really just too many enemies that probably just can jump 50 miles back, shoot you with a bunch of shit, and then jump forward. So if you're not just trying to like stun lock people, it kind of just turns into this annoying dodge fest in the early game. It's got a weird difficulty curve. Like I said, it feels kind of just like annoying at times. while still, I think it's a fun level of difficulty for like, I'd say half of the game with a few annoying enemy types. It devolves into like ability spam, so. And there's some super cheap shit. I think in the next one, I think building off of the 2018 for this one, they did it well overall, but I would like to see a different system in the next one. This still feels good, but I don't think a third game would be as strong. I still say this is the best combat in the series. I think that's always been God of War's biggest failing. As far as action games go, they're not the most fun. They're fun on like a simple level, but when you compare it to like a DMC or like even like a Ninja Gaiden and more modern stuff like Bayonetta or something, it just doesn't compare as much. The old ones are a lot of just like, you know, square triangle bullshit, so. But they're also like really short games with focus on set pieces, so. Yeah. Point is, I think the combat's good in this one. I think a lot of it's the presentation of it. Stuff like stage hazards and vertical and the spear is awesome and all these new abilities I think creates a fun time, but it's not perfect. Like I said, some of the reasons why. We could dig real deep into it, but that's just kind of the take. I've already been talking so much. What else is there to talk about? Visuals. I think the visual design of the areas is good. I don't think they do a good job really selling you on the people of the world. The original Greek ones made it feel like people actually lived and worshipped or walked among the gods and stuff a little bit. It's very minor. Like Asgard has a few. There's like raiders that you fight. Don't think they do a good job of that, but in terms of just raw graphics and how they visualize all the different realms, I think it's all pretty cool. It looks good, it's creative, especially for a big AAA. It's a lot more creativity going on than just, you know, like a Horizon or something, right? So that's cool. Like I said, not huge set pieces, but the ones they did have were solid, like the war scene and all that. I really, for the budget and for the series, I wish there was a bit more big, crazy stuff. I feel like a little too much of it is you kind of just rolling around small little areas. Not really seeing anything visually super impressive, but overall, good looking game. It runs fine on PS4 here. I guess that leads into the technical issues. Really weird on the dialogue. There's a lot of times people are interrupting each other, answering questions before they've been asked. Remarking over on something for like 5 minutes after it happens. Shit getting stuck on my screen during cutscenes. The Odin final cutscene with Odin, there's a giant fucking red ball just sitting right in the middle that was not supposed to be there. Fucking Kratos almost never has his fucking axe in his fucking hand. He did here, but like a lot of time it's not. Little shit like that. I don't think any of it's game breaking, but it kind of adds a little bit of slop feel to it, because you notice it pretty often. In 2018 I feel like was a lot tighter on that front. But overall though, technically and stuff, it's pretty good. Oh, level design I think is an interesting one. The 100%. I would say some of the side quests are pretty good. There's good set pieces, like the whale and all that, and some bosses and stuff. But this game is a little bit more linear than 2018. 2018 was like a big area where you'd branch off to go to linear areas and then come back with a lot of shortcuts, and then they'd lower the water, and then you could kind of re-explore areas. This one's a collection of just linear areas with a couple open zones, and then you generally have to run back through shit. I think I think that's fine just for like a playthrough, but it's kind of a bitch for the 100%. In part because there's just not enough like warps and stuff. I think you should be able to warp back from anywhere. This game just does not respect your time a lot. I don't need everything to be ultra fast paced, but this game can be glacial for like no reason a lot of the time. I'm like, oh, I want to go get the lore from this area. It's going to be like 20 minutes. of me just walking or boating down like straight areas for like really long periods of time, and I'm like, I'm just going back to like get a check mark on an area, and it's like, there's no reason there can't be like a warp over there, or once I get there I could warp out, like like up when I had to get that piece of lore. Yeah, this was off stream, from the top of the elf tower, and it's like, man, like you know, stuff like the Muspelheim trials, the Crucible. So instead of like just doing like 15 trials, you do 6 trials and then do those 6, well, it's 9 technically, over and over and over again in different combinations and different orders to unlock new trials. And it's like, why? I'm just redoing the same fucking trials over and over to unlock new ones. Let me just do new trials. So it's like the game is just, it's slow for no reason. I feel like it just doesn't respect your time way too often. Like, too much just slow, moving around everywhere when there could be like little warps. Too much shit like the Crucible, where it's just slow to like a fault. And that can affect, I feel like, the pace of the story. How they need to fill that empty time. Like they need to have more, like how are they going to do that, right? How do you fill the empty time? It's like more dialogue, but then the dialogue's not that good in this one. So it's like, it was cool in 2018. I was like, I was looking forward to getting in the boat because the Mimir stories and everything and the lore was really interesting. I was like, oh man, that's really cool. And I just revisited that game, so it's not nostalgia. It was like a week ago. I saw the whole fucking game again and played it again. I watched it. I played it in 2018, but so it's like, but in this, it's like, well, you're not that interested in the dialogue, and you're just slowly going back to do stuff, or just moving through an area, and it's like, it doesn't need to be as slow as it is sometimes, man. And how on rails it is. I definitely think at least the ability just to warp back whenever you want. It's not like it's a huge bitch to do 100%, but so much rides on how invested you are in the world and everything, and the visuals and the stories, on whether or not you want to spend like 30 minutes going back through the Apple Core or something, right? Like, it's just, it's too much in this one. I'm a slow gamer. I like to take my time, but yeah, this one, I just don't think it respected your time enough. Overall, though, the level design, I mean, it was fine. A lot of the same repeated puzzles, too many sigil puzzles. They're finicky. They're fucking annoying. Half the time they're within each other's sphere range, and then it just doesn't work. So yeah, too many overusing those puzzles. They used a lot of the same 2018 ones again, like freezing gears and stuff. But overall, I mean, the puzzles and all that they're just the fine little activities. I'd say I like these side quests and exploration. Not much on the stories, but the actual just running around the fights. Some of the set pieces. I think the crater was probably the best. It was cool. You crash land on it. There's a cool set piece to get in there. You see a bunch of fucking dragons and gorilla things or whatever. They're like trolls or whatever. And then like you're going to a jungle area, and there's the dragon area, and there's like a sinkhole, and then you're filling up water from one area, and it changes all the other areas, and it's like there's all these little like hunts and stuff, and news stories, and people you're saving, and it was neat. There's a lot going on there. They're pretty dense. A lot of cool rewards and stuff, and some of the other ones felt good too, but they got a little formulaic. You know, you do a linear story, and then you do an open area, then you do a linear story, then you do an open area, and they're all about the same size. So I'm glad one of the best ones was last. So yeah, overall, I'd say I enjoyed the exploration. I think it's this type of exploration is probably worn out its welcome. They'd have to put in new mechanics or mix up how they do it a little bit. I prefer the tight open worlds like this over like some massive boring open world, but yeah, too much of the same, and like I said, it's just very slow, and they reuse too much of the same mechanic. But overall, it was pretty cool. I don't like all the post-game shit, honestly. I wish a lot of that was just before. I mean, once the story's over, I'm kind of tapped out, but it's not a huge deal. Games suck. Yeah, sorry if I'm just going. If you guys, I mean, if you guys have any, you know, you don't agree or you want to go into more detail or something, by all means. I'm just kind of, it's a big game this year. It was one of the most anticipated for me. So I just have a lot to say on it. Oh, game suck. Review over here. Thank you for your time. I don't know. There's probably other stuff I'm missing. I'd like to go into more. I feel like I'm missing shit. Oh, the skill tree. There's little things. I don't need to get super granular, but I guess I liked the idea of, you know, modifying abilities. It gives you more reason to more player choice in your build, although it probably doesn't make a huge difference. Gives you more to use your XP on. I think that was cool. I think having it be tied to how many times you use a move is not as interesting, because then it kind of forces you just to use a move over and over. Sometimes I'm just going to want to use a move here and there when the mood strikes. I guess since I'm not using it much, I guess I don't really need the upgrade, but it'd be kind of cool if maybe you could like force it to the next tier with XP. I mean, I've got a lot. It was cool that she needs more upgrade. I don't know why I'm upgrading her. I'm done. It's cool that your partner has like an upgrade tree and a little bit more going on. None of it's like really boring shit either. Like, you know, it's 2% extra attack power. You know, they're all real moves and stuff. So no big complaints there. I mean, it's still just a basic skill tree system that you'd see in any AAA, but it's at least meaningful stuff, and it has a little bit of a personal modifier you can do on it. Nothing crazy, but I think those elements are cool enough. There's definitely some RPG stuff there. The maps. I don't have anything to say about the maps. Not the most informative. I would say another technical problem is the fucking like waypoints, man. You just don't even use them, man. Like, I don't know if it's always like that for everyone, but like, I can't do anything here. Whatever. Oh, this is an epilogue. Rewards remnants of Asgard. Oh, I'll look into that.
I am glad for her ultimately.
Anyways, but yeah, the waypoints, man. It'll like, you just like, it's just supposed to mark on your compass where something is, and you just can see how many meters away it is in what direction. But it's like when you're moving, it's flying all over the place. There's something right in front of you, and it's moving farther away from you as you're getting closer. Like, it's just totally fucked, man. I don't know if I saw online some people saying that, but then some people saying it worked as intended. I'm like, maybe it's just a PS4 thing. Maybe it's buggy. I don't know. That was a weird one. I guess another big plus is this game, like with most Sony games, probably has the most accessibility options I've ever seen. I think Last of Us 2 probably took the cake, and now this one probably does. They probably build off each other's shit. Crazy amount of stuff. The whole game can be fucking like done in audio, like audio cues, and you can just change all sorts of shit. I mean, maybe Last of Us 2 has more, I don't know. There's a lot of like ways to, especially on console here, just change like coloring on people and filters and the text, and it's good. I feel like this is really good. I like the idea of more accessibility. I don't like the idea of giving people the option to invalidate all choices of balance and gameplay systems just because you don't feel like dealing with it or something, but that's kind of more on the player. I think if that affects the actual game in any way, it's the handholdy stuff going on in this game. I feel like maybe, you know, because they wanted to have all this stuff, maybe that mentality kind of carried over into the dialogue. This game fucking tells you how to do everything, man. I think only Horizon 2 could rival it on the amount of fucking handholdy, non-stop chatter it has. You fucking sit, you walk into a room and you've sat still for half a second. They're telling you how to solve a puzzle. It's not all puzzles and it's not all pathfinding, but damn, they do it a lot. and it's really goofy. You might have even just finished it, and then they'll tell you, right? Like it's just fucking. I think that's one of the biggest points you see online because people like to meme about it. I think it's a little overblown because I guess I'm just used to games being even worse about it. But when people say it's insulting to their intelligence, I can't blame them. I mean, I don't know. I said the same thing during Horizon 2. I was like, did they just think all of their players are just drooling fucking idiots, man? Like, that's the only reason I can imagine doing it. Like, maybe they think it's like a immersive, right? Oh, they're gonna talk about the puzzle. My teammates are there. It's like, we're not there. This is a game still. It's a puzzle. It doesn't even, these gears and stuff don't work how they'd actually work in a real world thing, right? These machines they're working in a gamey way. You can have the dialogue be gamey and not fucking like tell me what to do somewhere. Because it just ends up being annoying as fuck. But yeah, the handhold is pretty bad. I gotta mention that. Yeah. Otherwise, I think the accessibility options are good. A lot of shit you can change. You can even do motion control, aiming, I think, and stuff. So that's pretty cool. So anyways, if there's more, you guys feel free to. If there's something you want to hear about, I didn't cover everything. I didn't write a huge comprehensive list of notes, but I guess to wrap it up, and I would say overall I liked it. Despite me sitting here, obviously, bitching about it the whole time. I had fun with it. I think the combat, the sheer presentation of it, the graphical fidelity in some of the creative areas, the exploration levels I'm being fun enough, I think is the strong point. I think the popcorn flick story is enough to keep you engaged, but overall I would say the game is underwhelming. Yeah, wrap it up. Game suck, play a service wrap. So yeah, I think the gameplay elements are fun enough. You know, like I said, I think if you want the big presentation, you know, there's a lot of money that's got thrown into this, so it's kind of fun, and the way a Marvel movie used to be fun, right? And that's funny enough, it's the same shortcomings, which is, like I said, the story. It's very underwhelming. I think the dialogue is very cheesy and superficial, and it's just kind of lacking in nuance, and there's too many characters, and the gravity of it all, and the characterization on some of the villains, it's just really poor. But it's still a good time. It's fun. You're definitely gonna get your value out of it. Keep dropping frames. Not a lot though. Not a big deal. But yeah, I feel like 2018. I'd definitely recommend it. A lot of people are saying, "Oh, it's so much better. It's the best thing ever." I would not agree with that, but I don't think it's so fucked that you shouldn't play it. If you're expecting big innovations, it's still very much playing off the base of 2018. But I mean, I think that's understandable. They change enough shit. But yeah, overall solid. I would say it's decent. I don't know if I'd go so far as say good. Maybe. In a lot of areas it's good. Or at least, you know, pretty solid, right? You know, like the combat stuff. It's fun. I have a good time with it, but the story just matters so much, and it's just so nothing, man. It's so much of the game. But yeah, I would say overall, I mean, I definitely liked it. Not as much as I would have liked. Definitely underwhelming, but still a fine game. Still worth playing. I don't think it needed to get. I don't know how I got. Well, I do know how. I got such high review scores, man. It's like glowing. There was like one, I think, like a South Korean review that was the only thing that gave it under like a 9, right? Or was it the only thing under an 8? I mean, I don't care that much about game journalists, but still, people look at those reviews, and that's how they base, you know, their a lot of people base their purchases, or that, you know, it's used for a lot of discourse, like, oh, my game got this and that. So I don't know. I've read some opinions, so I'm definitely not the only one who feels a little off with the story and the dialogue and shit, but Jesus, man. The review score blew. Definitely not game of the year, man, but that's good enough time. Anyways, I guess that's it. I'm gonna we'll see if I do another stream tonight. Probably not. I think I'm just gonna finish up watching the Dark Pictures thing. I'm gonna watch another piece of shit story game, but at least one I can laugh at a bit more. Yeah, next thing we'll be doing is Tembo the Badass Elephant. One of Game Freak's finest. If I'm lucky, I'll have the new Pokemon tomorrow. So after Tembo, maybe we'll start that. If I just have the Pokemon game straight up, like as soon as I wake up, we'll just skip Tembo. We got too much to play to... I would do it as like a filler before. This game took longer than I thought. But if I don't get it tomorrow, that means I won't get it Sunday, which means we'll have time for Drill Dozer and Tembo. Then I'll probably also, if I have time, do Arcvale or Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. And then after Pokemon I'll write a lot of notes, we'll dig in pretty hard. And then after that I'll do either Arcvale or Space Warlord, which one I haven't finished. And then it'll probably be like Stray and then finishing Dragon Quest. Finally. We'll just be able to focus down Dragon Quest, I think. I don't know if there's a whole lot of like big shit really coming out. I mean, there's definitely stuff coming, but a lot of the rest of the year is just gonna be me catching up with stuff. Callisto Protocol is probably the last big one. I might do Crisis Core Reunion or Dragon Quest Treasures, but you know, we'll do Phonotopia. I'll probably have a couple day period in December of FF14 because there's a free 4 days happening. There's also we'll do some Monster Hunter when the new patch comes out. I would like to do like Signalis, some other stuff that came out this year. The new Obsidian game that came out recently. I would like to knock out a lot of stuff that came out this year that I could, just for the end of the year discussion. But yeah, Pentiment, yeah, that one came out. Stuff like that. There's so much stuff, but I don't know. We're not gonna be able to get to everything in a month, but I've got my priority ones. Yeah, the Tembo Bros. I mean, Tembo will be played. Whether it's before the next Pokemon game next year or this year, it depends on the mail tomorrow. But yeah, anyways, I appreciate you guys watching. A lot of people are avoiding spoilers, and a lot of it's pretty slow. It's probably just not super interesting, but I appreciate you guys hanging out, chatting me about it. I don't know if it was like ultra negative or something. I mean, I was getting petty there at the end, man, but I mean, I was just not jacked in anymore, dude. Every little thing was just like a nitpick I had, man. It just snowballed. I mean, like, I feel guilty about it. So if you're watching for immersion, that's probably not the best there. If you're immersed in that ending. But yeah. Anywho, yeah. I want to keep dropping frame. I will catch you guys later. Go watch a stream you like.